Good morning, distinguished delegates. I now declare open the 826th meeting of the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. Distinguished delegates, before I turn to our schedule for this meeting this morning, I would have to make an important announcement and proposal as how can we conduct this session to a successful closing. Distinguished delegates, we have 2 days ahead of us to deliver statements. We have still 60 statements inscribed by states, 25 statements by observer organizations and UN entities, and 8 items still to open and consider. In order to advance our agenda items and the report of the committee of its 67th session, I would like to propose, as the chair, we give preference to statements and to advancing agenda items. The only way to proceed in this way, and within the time allocated to this session, is to have all remaining technical presentations delivered during lunchtime in this plenary room, in English only, and with webcast both on Tuesday and Wednesday from 1 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. with 30 minutes so that the water in the plenary room can be changed. With that, 9 technical presentations will be scheduled during lunchtime today and 9 tomorrow. This is in addition to already announced option of observer organizations delivering technical presentations on Wednesday after 6 p.m. in boardroom D with no interpretation and in MS Teams. Do you agree with this approach? Any objections on this? I see none. Then we'll move accordingly. Distinguished delegates, this brings me to say that the committee has grown in membership and in having permanent observer organizations joining us, which is welcomed and most valuable trend. Nevertheless, the methods of work have not kept pace with this growing trend, bringing us to situations where we are now, when with growing number of statements and technical presentations requested, there is no mathematical equation to accommodate all within the allocated time for committee's session. In my discussions with delegations, I'm informed that discussions on methods of work of this committee aim to look at the current issues we face, and I warmly welcome that. With this being said, in accordance with the schedule before us, I therefore kindly ask for cooperation so that we can proceed with our work and agenda items at this session. I appeal to your understanding, and if I hear no objections, we'll proceed accordingly. Thank you, distinguished delegates. This morning, we will continue our consideration of Agenda Item 5, General Exchange of Views. We will continue and conclude our consideration of Agenda Item 6, Ways and Means of Maintaining Outer Space for Peaceful Purposes, that were reopened yesterday upon request by a delegation. We will also continue and conclude our consideration of Agenda Item 10, Spin-off Benefits of Space Technology, Review of Current Status, and Item 11, Space and Weather. We will begin and hopefully conclude our consideration of Agenda Item 12, Space and Climate Change. Time permitting, we'll begin our consideration of Agenda Item 13, Use of Space Technology in the United Nations System. Technical presentations will be held from 1 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. in the plenary room. There are 12 scheduled for today for both AM and PM meetings. Are there any questions or comments on this proposed schedule? Yeah. Yes, please.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you for giving me the floor. As regards the procedure for how we conduct this meeting, we had an important consultation on the moon mechanism, and we were unable to be here at the very beginning of this meeting. So we would ask you to clarify, to what extent is it true that the committee approved the request by consensus by Latvia to be granted observer status? We noted that Latvia circulated a request for membership of the committee. They've submitted a membership application. We would like to clarify when will we be addressing this and making a decision. If you, Chairperson, or the Secretariat could clarify that, that would be helpful to us. Thank you.
So I will give the floor to the Secretariat to clarify this issue. Please, come on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, distinguished representative of the Russian Federation. Latvia was admitted as ad hoc observer when we considered the admittance by non-members at the meeting on Monday, and we will consider the membership applications of Latvia and Djibouti under item other matters, which will be before the committee on Wednesday. Thank you.
Distinguished delegates, I now like to continue our consideration of item 5 of Agenda General Exchange of Views. I turn to the list of speakers. The first speaker on my list, it's the distinguished delegate of Switzerland. Please, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Chair. First of all, allow me to commend you upon your election and to assure you of my delegation's full support in the fulfillment of your duties. I would also like to express my gratitude to the Director and the team of the Office of Outer Space Affairs for the quality of their work. COPUOS plays a central role when it comes to global governance of space activities, as has been repeatedly reaffirmed by the General Assembly in its resolutions 73/6 and 76/3. As the United Nations body committed to the exploration and use of space, it is essential that COPUOS be able to play its role, that it address emerging challenges and provide appropriate responses. Therefore, it is unfortunate that the adoption of subsidiary bodies is hindered by political considerations which are not connected to the agenda addressed by these bodies. We therefore call upon the delegations to show flexibility and the necessary goodwill in order to reach consensus-based results. The credibility of this committee is at stake.
Of establishing more with other space agencies and other partners in the region and internationally. Through this partnership, Kenya is strengthening its Earth observation data acquisition, processing, repository, as well as data management and governance processes. Further, Kenya is collaborating with regional partners in developing a roadmap for a regional geostationary satellite communication solution to provide digital connectivity to the last mile in the East African region. The increase in space activities occasioned by the entry of new space actors in the global space sector also provide new opportunities for growth and innovation in the areas of satellite design, construction, launch, and operation. Kenya is keen to enhance its space system engineering capacity and also ambition of venturing into launch segment through mutual beneficial partnerships with interested partners. As I conclude, I wish to state that Kenya is glad to be the next host of the 5th edition of the Space for Women expert meeting that will be held in Nairobi, Kenya from 27 to 29 November 2024 under the auspice of UNOSA Space for Women initiative. The international event, which is being hosted for the first time in Africa, is expected to create more awareness among women in the global south, and particularly in Africa, of the opportunities that exist through participation in STEM and space activities. Considering women constitute the mainstay of socio and economic activity in the continent, we believe the event will have a transformative impact in greater women participation, translating to impactful realization of the UN SDGs and AU Agenda 2063. Finally, the Kenya delegation would like to reiterate assurance to the committee of its continued cooperation and support in furthering the cause of peaceful uses of the outer space. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of Kenya, and before proceeding to the next speaker, I just want to remind the distinguished representatives just to keep the time for the statements for 5 minutes, as we have a very, very tight schedule today. Now I move to the next speaker on my list, and I invite the distinguished representative of Spain. Please, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Spain aligns itself with the statement delivered by the European Union and wishes to make a number of additional comments in its national capacity. Chair, I wish to congratulate you and all Bureau members upon your elections. Spain has every faith in your well-known experience and professionalism to enable our committee to meet its goals. And to that end, you can count on Spain's full support. I would also like to convey my gratitude to the Director of the Office, Ms. Artijola Maini, and to the Secretariat staff, whose work and commitment have made it possible to organize this current session. Chair, my delegation restates the importance that we attach to a multilateral, rules-based system which complies with international law. Violations of the Charter of the United Nations are an attack upon this very same multilateral system, and accordingly Spain condemns the unjustified aggression perpetrated by the Russian Federation against the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the Ukraine in violation of international law and of the Charter of the United Nations. We wish to express our solidarity with and our support for the people of Ukraine. We staunchly defend the validity and application of international law, including of international space law. Spain is party to the 4 first United Nations treaties governing the use and exploration of outer space. We shall continue supporting the universalization and full application thereof in the context of a broad and inclusive dialogue here in COPUOS and its 2 subcommittees, which are the only multilateral fora under the United Nations system which address all legal, scientific and technical aspects in a cross-cutting manner concerning the peaceful exploration and use of outer space. Chair, the Spanish Space Agency is working towards the establishment and implementation of a national space policy, addressing both the public as well as the private sector. The aim is to facilitate an optimum return on investment, to promote further fora for public and private cooperation, and to strengthen the institutional relevance of space. Here our goal is to strengthen the space industry in a clear, sustainable fashion, consistent with our cooperation with the European Space Agency and the European Union in areas such as science and exploration, safety and Earth observation, safe communications and geolocation. The Spanish Space Agency recognizes the need to guarantee the long-term sustainability of space activities. We restate our commitment to international cooperation as a necessary approach to tackle the shared challenges we face in outer space, such as space traffic management, space debris mitigation, and the protection of dark and quiet skies, to mitigate the harmful effect of anthropogenic action on sky observation. We must strike a balance between the growing development of space services and the preservation of space for present and future generations. We would like to keep contributing in the form of a frank and constructive dialogue to create a framework that will guarantee legal certainty and sustainability. And as part of this approach, Spain is signatory to the Artemis Accords and attaches the utmost importance to the principles underpinning the peaceful uses of space, transparency and responsible conduct. Chair, we need the knowledge and participation of a diverse groups of persons, including women and girls, in order to maximise the potential of innovation that is provided through space. We must continue our collective work accordingly to empower and promote women's participation in the space sector. The gender mainstreaming toolbox was one of the key outcomes of the 4th expert meeting of Space for Women that was held in Canada last autumn, which led to the adoption of specific steps in order to make significant improvements to attaining gender equality in the global space community. Chair, finally, I wish to recall that Spain supports the Lisbon Declaration, and we thank the Portuguese Space Agency and UNOSA for the preparation and presentation of this document, guaranteeing that space remains a safe, sustainable and inclusive place for present and future generations. And with these comments made, my delegation restates its readiness to cooperate under your expert leadership in the further development of this session. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Spain for his statement. Now I move to the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative of Indonesia. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, please allow me to congratulate and welcome you as the chairman of the 67th session of the COPUOS. Indonesia assures you of our full support and cooperation throughout the session. The Indonesian delegation would like to welcome Ms. Arti Holamanini, the director of the UNOSA. We would like to thank the Secretary for the excellent preparation for this session. Indonesian delegation associates itself with the statement delivered by the Ambassador Laura Gil, the permanent representative of Colombia, on behalf of the Group of 77 and China. We further would like to add the following remarks in our national capacity. Mr. Chair, my delegation would like to reiterate the outer space and other celestial bodies as a province of all mankind must be used, explored, and exploited for the peaceful purposes and for the benefit of the all countries solely. Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, we appreciated the works and progress made by STSC subcommittee and also LSC subcommittee. We hope that our future deliberation will generate common understanding and solution for all pending issues that we are facing. Regarding long-term sustainability of the space activities, Indonesia supports the non-paper by chair of the working group on the long-term sustainability of outer space activity. However, Indonesia also reiterated the unresolved guideline, especially safety issues for the long-term sustainability of the outer space activity still need to be discussed. Indonesia would like to emphasize the importance of the international community's effort to clarify the boundaries between airspace and outer space. Furthermore, we reaffirm our position that the geostationary orbit is a limited natural resource with special characteristics. GSO should be utilized in a rational, balanced, efficient, and equitable manners. Therefore, GSO needs to be regulated by the sui generis regime. Regarding to the Space 2030 agenda, we urge to strengthen the implementation by entire international space community to demonstrate the contribution of the space technology and its applications. Mr. Chair, delegates, allow me to share some Indonesian outer space activities. Indonesia has launched 2 communication satellites, namely Nusantara 3 and the Telkomsat Merah Putih 2, to fulfill the national and regional communication system services and connect the huge remote site area such as underdeveloped, frontier, and also outermost area, 3T, using the satellite-based high-speed internet, high-throughput satellite system. Indonesia will launch Nusantara 5 satellite and also a new 1 satellite to enhance digital transformation and conduct the Earth's observation, maritime surveillance, and measuring the Earth magnetic field. And in the first half of the 2024, the Timau National Observatory will operate to support space research and development of the technology. We welcome global space science cooperation to utilize this new national observatory. To strengthen the partnership for the space exploration and technology, the Indonesian National Research and Innovation Agency, BRIN, has signed several international cooperation agreements, including the United Arab Emirates, Japan, and India. In 2023 and 2024, Indonesia proudly hosted 2 meetings, a big meeting, namely the 29th session of the Asia-Pacific Regional Space Agency Forum, APERSAP, in September 19 to 22, 2023. It was jointly organized by BRIN, the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sport, Science and Technology, MEX of Japan, and JAXA. The 10th Water Forum with the theme of the Water Shared Prosperity and was held in Bali, 18 to 25 May 2024. Indonesia has again actively participated in, contributed by several meetings, among others, a 28th meeting of the governing held in Bengaluru, India on 12 December 2023, and the UN Portugal Conference, the Management and Sustainability of Outer Space Activity in Lisbon, Portugal. On 7 to 18 July 2024, Indonesia will participate and contribute in the United Nations Austria Symposium on Climate Action to be held in Graz, Austria. Indonesia will share our experience in promoting of the use of the space technology from innovation to policy, operation of climate-related action, including the role of the private entities. So Indonesia expressed in appreciation of UNOSA for holding various meetings and conferences and hope that more joint cooperation and capacity building program will continue and strengthen. And Mr. Chair, before concluding my statement, Indonesia hopes that space cooperation between countries will continue to increase the forthcoming years, particularly in international cooperation to support global sustainable development. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Indonesia for his statement. Now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished observers of the COPUOS International. So please, you have the floor.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and distinguished delegates. I have the honor of delivering this statement on behalf of COPUOS and our global partners and stakeholders on the mechanism for implementation of the Pact for the Future from the Summit of the Future. We are excited to share the proposed global collaborative effort that offers a unique opportunity for accelerating the full implementation of the global agenda and achieving internationally agreed development goals through the Pact of the Future. Mr. Chairman, on 22nd and 23rd of September 2024, the United Nations will hold the Summit of the Future with the aim of agreeing on multilateral solutions for a better tomorrow and strengthening global governance for both present and future generations. A successful summit is likely to include an outcome that will lay the groundwork to address the new and emerging global challenges. The Pact for the Future is expected to be endorsed by countries and to be implemented by a new special envoy and a new UN forum. Whereas the Pact for the Future Revision 1, dated May 14, 2024, outlines 52 action items, its implementation needs collective actions to strengthen voices from the stakeholders. Furthermore, the Secretary General has challenged the global community to identify mechanisms to ensure that the outcomes from the summit can be effectively implemented. Chair, the Summit of the Future is meant to turbocharge the SDGs, especially the Pact for the Future in its third chapter, covering action items 25 to 31, comprehensively addresses the issue of ensuring inclusive and equitable access to knowledge, science, and information while promoting innovation. Mr. Chairman, therefore, on behalf of our partners and collaborators, it is my pleasure to share with this committee a collaborative effort to develop an effective mechanism for the successful implementation of the Pact for the Future. This mechanism aims to serve as a major international platform to address the actions with measurable deliverables. It will become the facilitator for global stakeholders, including industry, academia, research centers, education entities, private sectors, and public institutions, to find common grounds for cooperating and advancing the Pact for the Future. Chair, considering the preparations for the Summit of the Future are advancing to the final stages, we are pleased to invite member states and other stakeholders to join us at a special event on September 21st, 2024, the Action Day of the Summit of the Future in New York. The event aims to develop a framework for implementation to accelerate initiatives and actions toward a better future. The outcome will serve as a preliminary roadmap for the implementation of the Pact, focusing on topics such as AI, space, climate, decarbonization, and their interactions, and the importance of participative approach to cooperate and build a better future together. Senior UN officials, heads of member states, and stakeholders are expected to join these discussions. By partnering and contributing to this initiative, stakeholders can benefit and confirm their intention to work together to achieve meaningful summit progress, positioning ourselves at the crossroads of technology, diplomacy, sustainable development, and new social contracts. Chair and distinguished delegates, I plan to present the details in our technical presentation tomorrow, June 26th, and welcome participation from COPUOS stakeholders. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished observer of the Canis International for his statement. Now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished observer of the Asia-Pacific Space Cooperation Organization. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for providing me the platform to make a statement under journal exchange of views. Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, APSCO as an intergovernmental international organization is devoted on tapping regional resources, promoting multilateral cooperation, and capacity building in space-related fields. It provides a cooperative mechanism for countries to work together for the development of space capabilities and collaborative space programs. APSCO currently has 14 member states, and this year we welcome the 2 new observer members, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela and the Arab Union on Space Sciences and Astronomy. Mr. Chair, APSCO has been actively participating at the UN COPUOS and its subcommittees meetings since its inception in 2008. APSCO strongly adheres to the importance of strengthening international collaboration, promoting United Nations treaties on outer space, fostering fair access to space, encouraging knowledge-sharing initiatives, and focusing on ways to promote international, regional, and interregional cooperation. During the Leadership Development Forum of APSCO in November 2023 in Peru, the leaders from APSCO member states released a joint statement in which they emphasized and supported the UN COPUOS to act as a central body for making the rules and laws in outer space. Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, some of the recent activities of APSCO that contributes to the agenda and objective of UN COPUOS include: under the APSCO 5-year implementation plan, the supplement realization of 10 years plans, we have now 34 projects in the fields of space sciences, technology, and application, including education and training capacity building. As a basic facility for sharing space-derived data and promoting applications of satellite remote sensing, the APSCO Data Sharing Services Platform has been actively utilized by 35 certified users in all member states. Besides, APSCO has established a working group for joint study on International Lunar Research Station initiative, and more than 50 experts and scholars from APSCO member states have joined the team. Also, for the disaster monitoring and management, APSCO has started to establish a disaster response mechanism. We call it as APSCO Charter, that provides the emergency response mechanism to our member states. In the domain of space science and space observations, a network of 11 telescopes is being established, consisting of 50-centimeter telescopes in all member states of APSCO. We also have inaugurated the APSCO Space Law Alliance in February 2024, which is a network of 39 institutions and organizations and universities working together to promote research and capacity building in space law and policy. Furthermore, I would like to share that the third APSCO Leadership Development Forum 2024 shall be organized back-to-back with the 18th Council meeting of APSCO in Antalya, Turkey this year in November. Besides, APSCO is also organizing, in cooperation with Sharjah University and Arab Union for Astronomy and Space Sciences, an international symposium on the developments in space communications, discussing the regional balance and challenges in November 2024 in Sharjah. Taking this opportunity, I welcome all the relevant experts and related organizations to join us in the symposium. With this, Mr. Chairman, I thank you all and all the distinguished delegates for your attention.
I thank the distinguished observer of the APSCO. We shall continue our consideration of Agenda Item 5, General Exchange of Views, this afternoon. Distinguished delegates, now I would like to open and hopefully conclude our consideration of Agenda Item 6, Ways and Means of Maintaining Outer Space for Peaceful Purposes. Upon request from the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. We are experiencing a technical difficulty, so with your leave, we would like to revert to this later and make our statement at that time.
I would like to thank the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation, and then we will consider this item later this afternoon. Regarding item 10, spin-off benefits of space technology, review of current status. France would like to exercise right of reply under this item.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chairperson. France would like to respond to the Russian Federation concerning its accusations against the West that it refused to initiate the Charter of Major Disasters following the Kakhovka disaster. We would like to underscore two elements. Firstly, the area where the dam is located is in Ukrainian territory. It would therefore have been up to Ukraine to request the charter to be initiated. The Russian Federation can only exercise its right to initiate the charter, or cannot exercise any right to initiate the charter under those circumstances. So there were no. The conditions were not reunited for the initiation of the charter. It was not caused by a natural disaster, but by the actions of a state. Thank you.
Of France, I see the Russian Federation is raising the flag. Please.
Thank you, Chairperson. I am compelled to correct the distinguished representative of France, who clearly is not very well acquainted with the text of the Charter on Space and Major Disasters. Firstly, it's stated in the text that the Charter is the text and it's not an organization. Secondly, the participants of the Charter are not states, but space agencies, companies, and other stakeholders that are in a position to provide assistance in connection with remote Earth sensing, not just for natural disasters, but also for man-made ones. So those consequences that are caused by the actions of persons. So that's the first thing. Secondly, the right to invoke the Charter is not vested in states in whose territory a disaster may have occurred, but any participant of the Charter can invoke the Charter. The only condition is that a disaster has arisen, a disaster which requires the provision of assistance, and that assistance could involve the provision of remote Earth sensing imagery. As was stated in the framework of the Charter, any state, any company, any participant may, in the interests of organizations that are involved in clearing up the negative consequences of a disaster, they may invoke the Charter. Therefore, probably the distinguished representative who is trying to justify this discriminatory approach with respect not to a state but with respect to a population that has been affected by a disaster, I would note for their benefit that the activation of the Charter was not for the benefit of the Russian Federation or for any other state, but in the interests of the people who were living in the area affected, including people who have Ukrainian nationality, if that's so important for the French delegation. If were only Russians living there, of course, then I would understand that it wouldn't be so important for the distinguished French delegate. But there were living people of Ukrainian nationality, including people of many nationalities. And now what is said, we would conclude from that if in Paris were to be, for example, in the 7th district, if there were to be a disaster involving people from the Middle East, then France would not be interested in doing anything about it because they're not French. I really would request people to be very careful with their statements. Thank you.
I thank the delegation of the Russian Federation for his statement. Does any other delegation wish to take the floor under this agenda item? Yeah, I see France here, please.
Monsieur le Président.
Chairperson, I would like to apologize for requesting the floor a second time. I thank the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation for his comments. Nevertheless, I would like to reiterate that the members of the Charter refused to activate the Charter following the explosion on the Kakhovka Dam. This was an explosion that was caused by conflict, and the terms of the Charter exclude the activation of the Charter under such circumstances. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of France. Now I see the Russian Federation is raising the flag. Is this a right of reply? So this will be your second right of reply under this agenda item. So please, you have the floor.
I thank you, Chairperson. Thank you for providing the floor to my delegation in order to allow us to use our second right of reply. We are deeply regretful at such attempts to politicize the discussions within this committee. The point is that the Charter is a humanitarian mechanism for cooperation for the purpose of mitigating or overcoming the consequences of a situation that may occur. We are not just encountering obvious political discrimination in actual fact, but those states that were behind that action within COPUOS, whose purpose is to promote peaceful cooperation in space, and in many statements delegations have mentioned the importance of the Charter. Well, here we have delegations that are insisting on politicizing the application of the Charter and saying that it's justified. No, it's not justified. That is inhumane and completely wrong. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation for his statements. This concludes our consideration for agenda item 10, spin-off benefits of space technology, review of current status. Now, I would like to continue and conclude our consideration of agenda item 11, space and weather. The first speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Pakistan. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. In order to facilitate the time and working of the committee, I will deliver a shortened version of my delegation statement. I request the Secretary to make the full version available on the session's webpage, which has already been shared. Chair, space for water resources management is a vital aspect that requires our attention in view of the ongoing climate change impact on precipitation patterns in Pakistan. In this regard, Pakistan's space agency, SPARCO, has utilized space-based information for a number of national-level projects, including mapping of comprehensive glacier inventory, mapping and monitoring of surface water, irrigation network asset management, and monitoring. Pakistan is pursuing collaborative research with Institute of Tibetan Plateau, Chinese Academy of Sciences, ITP CAS, under Third Pole Environment TPE framework to study atmospheric composition, climate change patterns, and their impacts on snow cover and glaciers across Hindu Kush Karakoram Himalaya range in Pakistan since 2010. A glacier atlas, which comprises of a comprehensive inventory of glaciers in Pakistan using historical satellite imagery, has been developed. Installation of stakes for glacier mass balance studies, automatic weather stations for high altitude data recording, and river flow measurements for hydrological studies are also part of the collaboration. So far, 10 joint field expeditions have been undertaken jointly with ITP CAS in the HKH region. Other studies such as Glaciers Inventory of Pakistan, Temporal Glacier Monitoring/Assessment, and Glacier Mass Balance Study were also conducted. Furthermore, SPARCO is also involved in coastal flood hazard mapping, identification of potential fishing zones, monitoring and mapping of oil spill events, and impacts of climate change on sea level rise, coastal erosion, and land subsidence along around 1,000 kilometer coastal belt of Pakistan. For this purpose, a collaborative project with the National Institute of Oceanography, Pakistan, has been pursued since 2022 to assess the sea level rise, coastal erosion, and land subsidence along Pakistan's coast and their socio-economic impacts. Through the use of space applications, large-scale spatial data can be used to support conservation and sustainable management of water resources. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Pakistan for his statement. Now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of South Africa. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. South Africa's climatic conditions, coupled with escalating water demands and water pollution, are affecting the country's quantity and quality of water. Despite these challenges, South Africa is committed to addressing and monitoring water scarcity and quality. To achieve this, our country is continually advancing scientific, engineering, and technological competencies through human capital development. Space technologies, especially remote sensing, have shown proven effectiveness in addressing water resource management challenges. In collaboration with industry and public institutions, the South African National Space Agency continues to support the Mzansi Amanzi tool, which utilizes EO data to provide accurate monthly information on water resources nationwide. Additionally, the National Human Settlement Layer offers valuable data on the locations of both formal and informal settlements, helping users identify areas of growth and plan for adequate provision of potable water. In disaster management, flood risk mapping has also facilitated proactive mitigation efforts and supported national recovery initiatives.
Chair, we are assisting communities by providing space-based products to monitor water quality with a current focus on turbidity. Various factors influence water turbidity, including sediments from erosion, resuspended bottom sediments, water discharge, and urban runoff. Toxic elements in river sediments often originate from industrial discharge, agricultural and urban runoff, and natural geological processes. These elements can pose significant risks to aquatic ecosystems and human health if present in elevated concentrations. As part of working towards decision support tools to assist in decision-making on eutrophication-related matters, SANSA has initiated the production of the Normalized Difference Turbidity Index, which is used to identify the water turbidity. In conclusion, by leveraging space technologies and through the recently concluded national cooperation arrangement between SANSA and the South African Water Research Commission, we are committed to advancing sustainable water management and protecting our vital water resources. Thank you, Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of South Africa for her statement. Now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of India. Please, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair and distinguished delegates, nations give utmost importance for water resources management due to the disparity in its distribution in space and time, potential to cause disasters, and its linkage to climate change. Space technology plays an important role in the management and sustainable development of water resources. The Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO, and the Nodal Ministry for Water Resources in India, that's the Ministry of Jal Shakti, MOJS, have been jointly working towards enhancing the use of space technology for water resources management and for hydrological disaster mitigation. Integrated use of Earth observation data, ground-based data, geospatial decision support systems, location-based services, and satellite communication technology is essential for effective management of water resources. Space applications have been developed and operationalized in India across different domains of water resources, such as basin-wise assessment of water resources, irrigation infrastructure management and command area monitoring, reservoir sedimentation assessment, sustainable management of groundwater resources, monitoring of snow, glaciers and glacial lakes, monitoring flood inundation and flood forecasting. Mr. Chair, as part of the National Hydrology Project, NHP, ISRO and MOJS have jointly developed geospatial products and services pertaining to water resource sector in India. These include National Hydrological Modeling System, satellite-based data regional evaporative flux monitoring system, inventory of glacial lakes and glacial lake outburst flood risk modeling, GLOF, hydrological drought indices, spatial flood forecasting system, etc. A web portal on Bhuvan Geo platform called Bhuvan NHP is established to disseminate the geospatial products and services. For facilitating sustainable management of groundwater resources, space-based inputs are being used for developing aquifer sustainability management system, focusing the peri-urban areas in the country. Sustainability measures are suggested based on the large-scale groundwater resource assessment and integrating space and ground-based inputs. Mr. Chair, for comprehensive management of water resources, necessary database, geospatial tools, and decision support systems are enabled. India Water Resources Information System, India WRIS, is jointly developed and operationalized by ISRO and MOJS in a standardized GIS framework for planning, assessment and monitoring, and for integrated water resource management. An urban water body information system is being implemented for decision support in the rejuvenation and conservation of urban water resources. Multi-sensor-based periodic surface water spread information is generated for water bodies of more than 1 hectare size. This database is used in the water body information system, which has provision for water spread analytics, elevation, area, capacity assessment, etc. An atlas titled Indian Wetlands, a high-resolution remote sensing assessment and analysis, has been published, inclusive of the satellite data, wetlands database, and its analysis. It contains a geospatial database of Indian wetlands at 1:10K size, classified as per the IUCN Ramsar definition, and has 20 types of wetlands. The National Space Agency of India, ISRO, and the French Space Agency, COPUOS, are collaborating on the development of a remote sensing satellite called Trishna, thermal infrared imaging satellite for high-resolution natural resources assessment. It is a joint technology demonstration mission being undertaken with science objectives of relevance to crop water stress and would help in providing valuable inputs for the improved crop advisories, irrigation scheduling, drought management, etc. The launch of the satellite is planned in 2027. India uses space-based inputs for management of various hydrological disasters. Near real-time monitoring of all major floods is done during the flood seasons using satellite data. Historical information on flood-affected areas is used for developing flood hazard zonation atlases and flood-affected area atlas of the country. These serve as non-structural measures for flood management. Mr. Chair, India effectively uses space technology for assessing and managing water resources. The Indian delegation would like to reiterate its willingness to share its experience with the member nations towards conservation, management, and sustainable utilization of water resources. Thank you, Mr. Chair and distinguished delegates.
I thank the distinguished representative of India for his statement. Now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of France. Please, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Chairperson. Distinguished delegates, oceans cover 71% of the Earth's surface and represent the largest biosphere in the world. They host 80% of life forms. They produce 50% of the oxygen we breathe and absorb around 30% of global CO2 emissions and 90% of the heat energy generated by those emissions. So it's a vital element for life on Earth. Space-based Earth remote sensing technologies allow monitoring of such parameters as surface water levels, groundwater stocks, snow coverage, and evotranspiration. Space-based observation provides a crucial contribution to our precise understanding of water cycles and sustainable management of water resources across the world. Against that backdrop, France, via CNES, wishes to launch an oceans initiative that would involve the space sector, the Alliance of Space Agencies and Space Organizations for the Ocean. The alliance will be officially launched during the 3rd UN Oceans Conference, UNOC 3, organized by France and Costa Rica in June 2025 in Nice. The alliance will have the purpose of sharing ocean-related data, particularly with small island developing states, so as to help them to develop and put in place responses to the main challenges that they face, such as illegal fishing, pollution, and the protection of marine zones, alongside the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdictions Agreement, the BBNJ. A further purpose will be to help define an ocean health indicator currently being developed by the International Panel on Ocean Sustainability, IPOS. The alliance will be based on a network of institutional stakeholders operating on a best effort basis to help protect the ocean against climate change, biodiversity loss, and anthropogenic pressure, and it will do that via the planning of marine activities. Next September, France and Kazakhstan will organize a One Water Summit on the sidelines of the high-level session of the 79th UN General Assembly. That event will provide an opportunity for the Space Climate Observatory, the SCO, and its members to reiterate their commitment in the service of water resource management public policy. France, together with the Committee on Earth Observation Satellites, CEOS, plans to organize an event on the Road to UNOC during the forthcoming International Astronautic Congress to take place in Milan in October 2024. Chairperson, France, via CNES, is conducting a large number of missions in close collaboration with our international partners. I'd like to mention the following. SWAT, developed with NASA in partnership with the Canadian and UK space agencies. The Trishna and Saral missions developed with ISRO, and the Franco-Chinese satellite program CFO-SAT launched in 2018. In Europe, the SMOS satellite of the European Space Agency has been measuring soil humidity for 15 years, as well as biomass and ocean surface salinity. France also contributes to the Mercator Ocean International program, which provides general interest services based on oceanography geared towards conservation and sustainable use of oceans, seas and marine resources for the Copernicus Marine Service. CNES, together with its partners, is implementing UNESCO's global portal on the quantity and quality of water available in transboundary aquifers. The first application of that portal pertained to the Lake Chad transboundary aquifer in Africa in the context of a UNESCO cross-disciplinary biosphere and heritage of Lake Chad program financed by the African Development Bank. Chairperson, the scientific observation of oceans and water resources from space is essential to monitoring the health of our planet and to providing data from space observation to states and to the scientific community so as to foster climate action. France devotes substantial financial, scientific and technical resources to encourage and put in place ambitious international cooperation projects in this sector. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of France for his statement. Now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of Costa Rica. Please, you have the floor.
Señor Presidente.
Thank you, Chair. Improving the management of water resources in keeping with Sustainable Development Goal 6 calls upon us to take local and global action, requiring urgent political commitment at all levels. This commitment must be flanked by harnessing all available technologies for the appropriate protection, regulation and management of water, and as such, space applications are a strategic tool for the effective fulfillment of this goal.
Señor Presidente, Costa Rica.
Chair, Costa Rica attaches particular value to the matter of water. It is identified as a priority in our foreign policy. Our country welcomed the establishment of the International Decade for Water 2018 to 2028 and its plan of action. During 2023, at the United Nations Conference on Water held in New York, Costa Rica highlighted the need to invest in substantial improvements for water management governance and reiterated its acknowledgement of this resource as a indispensable global public good for peace and intergenerational justice. In May this year, as part of a joint undertaking between the Costa Rican government, UNOSA, and the International Award for Water of Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz, a conference was held in San Jose, Costa Rica, with support of the Inter-American Institute of Agriculture Cooperation to promote the use of space technology for water management for the benefit of developing countries. This conference is part of the Space for Water initiative and was the 6th international event to focus on space technology applications for water. During that conference, a number of significant examples of actions were shared of progress achieved in this area, such as the use of space technologies being used in the Gambia to combat drought, the geospatial mapping that is being carried out in Ghana for the analysis of water demand, use, extraction, and the availability of surface water at the Tano River Basin, and in a panel on decision-taking for agricultural interventions and risk decision management, FAO Colombia provided information on the WAPOR project, which uses remote sensing to improve water productivity by providing effective measurement of biomass and evapotranspiration. This database is open access and is a versatile tool for using data in various platforms. In the same vein, representatives of the International Water Management Institute of Pakistan shared information regarding the assessment of vulnerability to climate change and designing resilient management systems for rural communities using geospatial data. Chair, through multilateralism, we have strengthened our commitment to the ocean and to the preservation of marine biodiversity in the context of Goal 3030, which our government has promoted as part of the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People led by Costa Rica, France and the United Kingdom. Equally, in keeping with our long-standing tradition for the preservation and protection of the environment, A few weeks ago in Costa Rica, we hosted a high-level event on ocean action immersed in change, with a view to the upcoming Third United Nations Conference on the Oceans to be held in Nice in 2025, which will be co-hosted by France and Costa Rica. Here in Vienna, and equally alongside France, we are organizing an event in order to underscore the need for ocean preservation and protection, and the tools that are available here in Vienna to that purpose, where the majority of the specialized agencies and international bodies located here in Vienna, including UNOSA, will be sharing their perspectives. Chair, to conclude, Costa Rica recognizes the significant value of satellite data and other tools that are derived through the use of space technology, which help build capacity and promote decisions based on scientific accuracy, which have a positive impact on policies, which in turn have a real impact on water management and accordingly on the sustainable development of our communities. This is an issue which deserves our ongoing support and which we hope to see develop in a progressive fashion in multilateral agendas. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Costa Rica for his statement. Now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of Colombia. Please, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. Colombia.
Thank you, Chair. Colombia is well known for its rich biodiversity and for its abundant water resources, but nevertheless faces significant changes in terms of water management and climate change adaptation. These challenges have environmental consequences, but equally have serious implications for the sustainable development of our people and our territory. Water, as a civil right and as a universal resource, is central to our national policy known as Colombia Power of Life, which sees water as a linchpin for territorial management and for environmental and social justice. This public policy seeks to transform our relationship with the environment and promote sustainable development that respects and protects our unique biodiversity. As such, outer space is a strategic ally, providing crucial tools for the observation and management of our water resources and to monitor the impact of climate change, to generate necessary benefits for the well-being of our people and to achieve a prosperous, sustainable economy. Developing territorial management systems with an environmental justice approach for water will lead to a better distribution of benefits for the preservation of our water resources. It will help reduce the unequal burden caused by the impact of pollution and will foster effective, inclusive participation to guarantee that water is a fundamental right and a common good. And accordingly, Colombia is interested in harnessing the use of space technology to contribute to these goals, given the benefit and potential that our country sees in this for our national development through various programs, such as, for example, working towards achieving the goal of covering 70% of our territory in a land survey by the year 2026. We are ready to engage in cooperation and coordination with the international community in order to meet that goal. Chair, Colombia is also interested in promoting cooperation agreements with states that have developed space capacity for the processing and use of space technology data, which will enable us to exchange research and information in order to develop space technology applications for the areas of agriculture, disaster risk prevention, climate change mitigation, addressing water cycles and the impact on sea and ocean levels inter alia. With a view to coordinating these activities in the space sphere for the benefit of water resources and which will be beneficial for developing countries such as Colombia in order to strengthen our use of space technologies, practices and space initiatives through the use of water observation from space. Finally, Chair, our delegation recommends that the Office of Outer Space Affairs make use of existing mechanisms in order to gather information regarding users' needs related to accessing information derived from space technologies and applications, as well as in developing measurable indicators so that we be able to design strategies that will help close these digital gaps and build the capacity among interested countries. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Colombia for his statement. Now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and distinguished delegates. Understanding the complexity of water security challenges and how to effectively mitigate these challenges has become an important issue for sustainable development. Therefore, reliable information on the status of temporal availability of water storage bodies, its quality, and how it changes between seasonal variations is essential to effectively manage water resource challenges. Mr. Chairman, space-based technologies have always been crucial tools for environmental applications such as water resources management, including for addressing disasters such as floods, droughts, etc. As we delve into the challenges faced by water-stressed countries like my country, we recognize the urgency of effective solutions from floods to droughts. These natural disasters underscore the need for a comprehensive water resource management. In this context, addressing water management challenges requires a multifaceted approach that involves both technical expertise and policy decisions. Space-based observations provide invaluable data, empowering all stakeholders to address water scarcity, enhance conservation efforts, and safeguard the well-being of communities. Mr. Chairman, distinguished delegates, according to the National Statistics Center, Iran is a water-stressed country due to low levels of annual rainfall, and certain parts of the country have been experiencing prolonged droughts. In addition, Iran annually encounters flash floods several times in a year. This meteorological condition is exacerbated by factors such as consequential agricultural production and global climate change, which exert a great amount of pressure on freshwater resources. As a result, due to the challenges posed by the inequitable distribution of water, conservation and management of water resources is among the top priorities of the government. Mr. Chairman, in the National Strategic Plan for the Aerospace Development Program of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and as included in the Statute of the Iranian Space Agency, ISA, the role of space-based technology is advocated in supporting Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, among many issues. One of the most important areas recognized for implementation of space-based technology for supporting SDGs is water resource management. In Iran, the Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Agriculture, and ISA are jointly working on developing space applications for water resource management. These activities are followed by developing a public-private partnership for in-depth dissemination of services to the society through building agile and smart innovative businesses. Iranian Space Agency has demonstrated the utilization of space-based technology for water resources management through its integration with spatial information systems, navigation services, as well as space communication technology. We strive to develop innovative solutions for water resources management in the form of Earth observation data to assist authorities in their decision-making processes. Remote sensing projects are taken up in fields such as irrigation area monitoring, snow monitoring, aquifer management, and flood monitoring, as well as damage assessment. A flood monitoring system has been established to provide alerts for the flood-prone districts in the southwest region of the country. Mr. Chairman, distinguished delegates, in conclusion, I would like to emphasize that our planet's finite water resources are essential for human survival and prosperity. In water-scarce regions, space technology emerges as a beacon of hope. by leveraging satellites, early warning systems, and collaborative efforts, we can enhance water resources management. International cooperation plays a pivotal role through sharing knowledge, building capacity, and fostering joint solutions. Let's protect this invaluable resource, ensuring a brighter future for generations to come. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran for her statement. Now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished observer of the Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz International Prize for Water. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure here today to make the official announcement of the winners of the 11th award for the Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz International Prize for Water. Time and place of the award will be announced soon. Next slide. The prize was established by His Royal Highness Crown Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz Al Saud back in 2002 to award cutting-edge scientific solutions for water scarcity. Next. This vision is shared by his son and President of the prize organization, His Royal Highness Prince Khalid bin Sultan bin Abdulaziz. Next. To award the best, most innovative work, we award a suite of 5 prizes that cover the entire water research landscape. First, there is our Creativity Prize, a unique prize that scientifically awards research teams for their interdisciplinary work. Most water resources research today, especially when it employs space technology, is interdisciplinary, and this work deserves special attention and encouragement. Next. We also have 4 specialized prizes in surface water, groundwater, alternative water resources, and water management and protection. Next, competition for the 11th prize was fierce. Our 6 winners were chosen from 220 nominations from 62 different countries. Many of the nominees were leading water scientists from the world's top universities and research institutes. Next, please forgive the pronunciation of some of the scientific names. Our interdisciplinary creativity prize was won by the team of Maria Cristina Roli of the Polytechnic of Milan and Polo Dodrico of the University of California, Berkeley, for spearheading novel analysis of the water energy food nexus that describes how numerous complex factors interact, providing better freshwater stewardship in a changing globalized world. Next, our creativity prize was shared by Zhi Gao He and his team of China's Zhejiang University for developing working versatile soft robot with unprecedented maneuverability that have the capacity for numerous underwater research and monitoring applications. Next, our surface water prize was won by Q Hao Liang of Loughborough University in the United Kingdom for developing innovative open source multi-GPU hydrodynamic models to support real-time food forecasting at fine temporal resolution. Next. Chin Miao Zhang of the Eastern Institute of Technology in Ningbo, China, received our groundwater prize for developing a powerful management tools to understand groundwater process and ecological eco-hydraulic system under diverse hydrological and climatical conditions, considering environmental and socio-economic factors at local and national scales. Next. Our Alternative Water Resource Prize was won by Rand Sharma of Texas A&M University in the United States for achieving the effective removal of our antibiotics and pharmaceutical from water waste through advanced oxidative processes and activated ferrate, which work at high, even enhanced efficiency in water containing commonly occurring natural organic matter. Next. Joseph He-Wai Lee of Mako University of Scientific Technology in China won our Water Management and Protection Prize for developing a unique, highly active hydro-environmental modeling system for the sustainable water management of smart cities. Next. Nomination for the 12th award, which will be awarded in 2026, are now open. Nominations will remain open until 31st December 2025. Nominations can be made online through our dedicated website. And I thank you for listening.
I thank the distinguished observer of Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz International Prize for Water for his statement. Now we have concluded our consideration of Agenda Item 11, Space and Water. Now I would like to begin and conclude our consideration of Agenda Item 12, Space and Climate. The first speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Canada. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Distinguished delegates, climate change is one of the most pressing challenges facing humanity. On June 5th, 2024, the UN Secretary-General laid out difficult truths related to the climate crisis, highlighting that those least responsible are hit the hardest: the poorest people, the most vulnerable, and developing countries, indigenous peoples, women, and girls. Climate change is challenging sustainable development, forcing people from their homes, and rocking foundations for peace as people are displaced and vital resources are depleted. In that regard, the Secretary-General has called for states to take urgent action and implement fundamental reforms to collectively combat the climate crisis. Canada recognizes that climate change and biodiversity loss do not respect borders. Not only do they represent existential threats, but they are also catalysts for instability, conflict, famine, and pandemics. Since the signing of the Paris Agreement in 2015, Canada has taken significant action to address climate change. As a climate leader, Canada has put in place measures to reduce pollution and achieve a net zero economy by 2050. Canada is also committed to working with international partners to monitor climate change in support of a more sustainable and safe future for all, particularly by addressing those challenges faced by developing countries. At UNGA 78, Canada announced significant climate-related investments to improve international climate financing and to protect our oceans. In addition, since 2022, Canada has been funding projects aimed at addressing climate challenges faced by developing countries. The initiative Partnering for Climate is funding projects from civil society, including Indigenous groups, to support climate change adaptation in the Global South. And more recently, at COP28, Canada announced several initiatives to promote rapid access to resources and partnerships with developing countries and provide finance for 5 critical areas: loss and damage, adaptation, mitigation, climate governance, and halting and reversing biodiversity loss. COP28 also built on previous efforts at COP26 to increase awareness of the ways in which space-based capabilities contribute to addressing the climate crisis. The Space Agency's Leaders Summit marked the first time that an event on the official program focused explicitly on space and Space Agency's contributions. In Canada, alongside nearly 20 other international Space Agency partners, pledged to enhance space-based climate initiatives to combat climate change. The use of space-based technologies is a vital tool in our fight against climate change. Canada believes it is therefore necessary to preserve the satellite spectrum allocation in the 10 gigahertz frequency band, which is dedicated to the downlinking of Earth observation data. The data generated by these systems is critical in helping scientists and decision makers around the world better understand our planet, its resources, and how to manage them more efficiently to ensure the sustainability of our environment for future generations. In the last decade, Canada has invested heavily in its Earth observation satellite fleet to provide data on oceans, ice, land environments, and the atmosphere, which has made a significant contribution to global monitoring and assessment of climate change impacts. In 2023, Canada allocated additional funding to support immediate and future Earth observation data needs. The initiative is called RadarSat Plus. It will ensure the continuity of essential Earth observation data to numerous organizations so that they continue delivering services to Canada and international partners. This data is essential for monitoring the environment, managing natural resources, and supporting emergency response teams. Canada is also continuing with the development of its WildfireSat mission, which aims to provide daily monitoring of all active wildfires in Canada from space. WildfireSat will enhance our ability to predict which wildfires have the potential to burn out of control, allowing first responders to better prioritize their efforts and reduce the economic losses related to wildfires. Mr. Chair, Earth observation is fundamental in the fight against climate change. The scientific data generated by space-based capabilities provides significant benefits to address global challenges. Canada is committed to working with all partners in support of a more sustainable and safe future for all. Thank you for your kind attention.
I thank the distinguished representative of Canada for her statement. Now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of Italy. Please, you have the floor.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates. Space plays a critical role in enabling sustainable development through the innovative use of space technology, data, and its applications. Space technologies are indispensable for monitoring climate change by providing global coverage, precise data, and long-term observations. Collaboration is crucial to enhance data quality, share resources, and develop unified responses to mitigate and adapt to climate impacts worldwide. Together, we can leverage satellite capabilities to foster a more sustainable future for our planet. Climate change is a global issue that transcends national boundaries. Collaborative efforts ensure that all regions of the world are monitored, facilitating a comprehensive understanding of climate dynamics. Developing countries and spacefaring nations often benefit from Italian collaboration by gaining access to satellite data and technologies they might not afford independently. This supports their ability to monitor and respond to climate change impacts effectively. Italy has made significant contributions to space technology and climate change research, leveraging on its rich history in scientific exploration and its strategic partnerships with global space actors. These efforts span from satellite technology and space exploration missions to climate monitoring, aimed at mitigating the effects of climate change. Italy has been a pioneer in the development of satellite technology. I would like to mention here COSMOS SkyMed, one of Italy's flagship Earth observation satellite system. It employs radar technology to monitor Earth's surface, providing crucial data for environmental monitoring, disaster management, and national security. More recently, in 2019, Italy launched PRISMA satellite. PRISMA contribution is crucial to monitoring pollution and environmental changes, while supporting natural resources and emergency management. A practical example of how space technology reveals to be crucial to monitor climate change indicators and mitigate its effects is represented by urban heat islands in cities. The existence of these areas with very high temperature pose significant challenges to the inhabitants, impacting on their daily routine. In this case, satellite technology is fundamental to monitor these areas, as demonstrated by the project Local Climate Zones Open Data Cube. An innovative satellite-based approach has been developed under this project in collaboration with the Politecnico di Milano and funded by the Italian Space Agency through the Innovation for Downstream Preparation for Science program. This approach leverages hyperspectral satellite observation from ASI PRISMA mission to enhance the characterization of local climate zones, specific urban areas defined by their unique structures and morphologies that influence local temperature variations. The resulting local climate zones mapping products are highly accurate and can update regularly, providing a robust tool for monitoring urbanization's impact on urban heat island effects. By operating this advanced satellite product, city managers can better understand and mitigate the effects of urban heat islands, planning a more effective and sustainable urban planning and climate resilience in cities. This project demonstrates the practical application of satellite technologies in addressing the challenges posed by the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly Sustainable Development Goal 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities, and SDG 13, Climate Action. Through continued innovation and application, space technology remains at the forefront of efforts to create sustainable, climate-resilient urban environment. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the distinguished representative of Italy for her statement. Now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of the Republic of Korea. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished delegates, given the climate change is an imminent issue that affects us all, the Republic of Korea recognizes the need for an effective and progressive response to the urgent threat of climate change. Utilizing diverse satellite data is one of the most effective ways to address this issue. Moreover, sharing data from various satellites across different countries would enhance our collective capabilities and efforts to respond to the issue. In this context, Korea has been at the forefront of utilizing space-based technologies to monitor and mitigate the impact of climate change. Since the launch of our first geostationary satellite, COPUOS, we have been monitoring the weather of the Asia-Pacific region and sharing data and technologies. Our commitment also extends to supporting capacity building of emerging countries to receive and utilize our satellite data. Recently, we have installed infrastructure in Cambodia for receiving and analyzing data from our satellite GK2A. We are also participating in NOAA's public data distribution project called NOAA Open Data Dissemination, sharing weather information observed by GK2A for the Asia-Pacific region. Furthermore, using the geostationary environment satellite GK2B, we are conducting research to improve air quality across Asia in conjunction with the Pandora Asia Network. We also plan to form a geostationary air quality monitoring network with the United States TEMPO and Europe's future Sentinel-4, representing a significant stride in international cooperation. In order to carry out rapid monitoring of climate change impact, Korea will utilize not only the aforementioned geostationary satellite, but also aerial satellites. We successfully launched the first of 11 high-resolution microsatellites called NAOSAT this year. Through NAOSAT, we aim to contribute to the more effective response to natural disaster of international communities. In addition to this effort, we are enhancing our satellite image analytical capabilities by attempting technological innovation such as AI. Korean company SIA, Strategic Eye Analytics, won the AI and Machine Learning Solutions Challenge for Climate Change at COP28 last year by using AI-based cloud movement path estimation and precipitation prediction technology. SIA is planning to contribute to emerging countries with early warning service based on the technology. Furthermore, another Korean company, Telepix, plans to launch a microsatellite which can monitor blue carbon and to provide a satellite-based service for analyzing the carbon dioxide absorption of seaweed. Once again, Korea would like to highlight that international cooperation and data sharing are pivotal to making important strides in our effort against climate change. We stand ready to work with other countries to leverage our space-based technologies. Thank you, Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Republic of Korea for his statement. Now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of Singapore. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The effects of climate change are being felt worldwide and is an existential threat to humanity. As a low-lying island, Singapore remains fundamentally vulnerable to the impact of climate change. We have turned to space tools to help us navigate and mitigate challenges posed by climate change. One of the pressing challenges is the proliferation of harmful algal blooms, which pose significant threats to water quality and biodiversity. Rising temperatures fueled by climate change can lead to increased water temperatures, creating favorable conditions for the rapid growth of harmful algae. These blooms can deplete oxygen levels in water bodies, suffocating aquatic life and causing mass die-offs for fish and other organisms. Moreover, some species of harmful algae produce toxins that can contaminate drinking water supplies, jeopardizing public health and economic activities dependent on clean water. To combat this issue, Singapore's Office for Space Technology and Industry, or AUSTIN, is supporting a research project led by the National University of Singapore Centre for Remote Imaging, Sensing and Processing, or CRISP, in partnership with the Singaporean space company ST Geo Insights, which aims to develop a cloud-based platform for monitoring water quality in Singapore's coastal waters using satellite remote sensing data. The project will investigate the use of space-borne hyperspectral and multispectral data to measure water parameters in water bodies around Singapore. We hope that the tools developed from this project will contribute towards efforts in combating the harmful effects of algal blooms, safeguard our water resources, and address the complex challenges posed by a changing climate. Chair, in closing, Singapore will continue to use, develop, and explore new space technology to provide innovative solutions for the pressing issues of our time, including water management. We look forward to working with other member states to build a more sustainable and resilient world for future generations. Thank you, Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of Singapore for her statement. Now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished delegates, more than half of key climate data comes from space. Earth observation delivers vital information to fight climate change and helps us to manage our environment. That is why Earth observation is central to the UK's efforts to tackle global climate and biodiversity crisis. Last year, we published the National Space Strategy and Action Plan, which highlights international collaboration, science, research and innovation as key pillars for achieving the UK's EO climate goals and ambitions. The UK is privileged to play a significant role in global Earth observation efforts through our membership of the European Space Agency, EUMETSAT, COPUOS, GEO, bilateral and multilateral missions, and our own national programmes. This year, the UK was proud to rejoin the Copernicus component of the EU space programme. Our participation reinforces the UK's position at the forefront of efforts to tackle global climate and environmental challenges. The UK hosts ESA's Climate Division, which spearheads R&D to support climate science and services and drives international cooperation and knowledge exchange through the UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and the World Meteorological Organization processes. We are also involved in many key European climate missions and look forward to the launch of Microcarb, which left the UK for France in January after its assembly, integration and testing. Microcarb will provide invaluable measurements of CO2 fluxes on a global and regional scale and provide essential information for businesses and decision makers. The UK also leads ESA's Truths mission, which will create a space-based climate observatory to supply a 10-fold improvement in the accuracy of climate data and upgrade the performance and integration of the global EO system. Chair, the UK remains an active member of both the Group on Earth Observation, GEO, and the Committee on Earth Observation Satellites, CEOS, and is proud to have been endorsed as the incoming CEOS Chair for 2025. The UK supports rapid national and global action to reduce short-lived climate pollutants, including methane, as part of our commitment to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees, and we continue to progress the collective commitment made under the Global Methane Pledge at COP26. We are therefore delighted that, in partnership with NASA, the UK Space Agency will co-lead efforts to develop internationally agreed best practices for satellite-derived methane emissions data, alongside JAXA, ESA, EUMETSAT and other agencies in the CEOS Greenhouse Gas Task Team. This work will ensure that methane emissions are measured and analysed to the same standard across the globe. Our bilateral and multilateral relationships continue to yield exciting projects. This spring, under the UK's International Bilateral Fund, UK entities embarked upon the Aquawatch UK project with Australian partners, which will use space technology to develop an integrated water quality monitoring and forecasting system. The UK is also a signatory to the Space Climate Observatory International Charter, and last year we were delighted to support our first SCO-compliant project looking at eelgrass mapping in partnership with the Swedish Space Agency. Closer to home, the UK cultivates a variety of national activities through our EO investment package and numerous climate services projects under the leadership of Space for Climate, which celebrated its 10-year anniversary this year. Finally, Chair, the UK Space Agency and Space for Climate were proud to host a stand at the first ever Space Pavilion at COP28 in Dubai, which provided an important platform for sharing of international policy, technical and scientific expertise. It was there that the UK Space Agency also agreed the first Space Climate Pledge with 25 other space agencies. We look forward to talking more and taking forward more multilateral discussions and opportunities in the year ahead. Thank you, Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom for his statement. Now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of Austria. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, distinguished delegates, colleagues. The climate crisis demands our continued attention. At the recent UN Portuguese Management and Sustainability of Outer Space Activities conference in Lisbon in May, nearly all member states underlined the urgent and continuing need for capacity building. It is imperative for all of us to enhance our ability to utilize space solutions in addressing the challenges caused by climate change. To foster awareness and learning on the application of space technologies together with the Office of Outer Space Affairs, Austria is continuing the Space for Climate Action series with this year's UN Austria Symposium on Climate Action, Transforming Space-Based Technology Projects into Sustainable Services that Support Policy Making. The symposium will be held from 17 to 18 July 2024 in Graz and online. While in-person participation is now closed, online registration remains available on the UNOSA website. This year marks the 30th anniversary of the symposium, focusing on the successful transition of satellite-based demonstration projects into continuously funded services. that have a tangible and measurable impact on people's lives. We are honored to feature Indonesia as this year's focus country and extend our gratitude to the colleagues from the Indonesian National Research and Innovation Agency for presenting their projects and case studies. The event will also include sessions and panels on user engagement, fostering meaningful dialogues that lead to sustainable initiatives, lessons learned and recommendations, support and funding opportunities for Space for Climate Action, capacity building, promoting the widespread and effective use of new tools, funding and financing technical projects, the role of governments and intergovernmental organizations. We anticipate an enriching and inclusive event filled with lively discussions and ample networking opportunities. Hoping that the participants will take with them new experiences and knowledge, and that positive changes will result from our symposium. We are looking forward to seeing many of you there. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleagues.
I thank the distinguished representative of Austria for her statement. Now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of Pakistan. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The Asia-Pacific region, including Pakistan, is experiencing the adverse effects of climate change with higher temperatures, rise in sea levels, and an increase in extreme weather events. In the coming years, these events are likely to intensify, straining regional economies and natural and physical assets and potentially compounding development challenges. One such challenge is that of air pollution, which poses a transnational threat. In this regard, in Pakistan, every year, thick smog engulfs the central parts of the country, which has led to detrimental impacts on the country's economy with adverse impact across multiple sectors such as agriculture as well as long-term health issues. Chair, Pakistan is already incorporating space applications into its climate response strategies. The National Space Agency, SPARCO, is assisting national stakeholders through satellite and high-tech ground-based monitoring data for source identification of smog for immediate remedial actions. Taking the benefit of Sentinel-5P's capability of mapping gaseous pollutants and aerosol index in atmosphere during the winter smog of 2023, the satellite data was used for monitoring atmospheric concentrations and varying trends of gaseous pollutants, including sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide, ozone, formaldehyde, as well as aerosol index. Satellite data was also corroborated with ground-based measurements of atmospheric pollutants. The spatial and temporal variations of selected atmospheric pollutants by using Sentinel-5P tropomy were found consistent with the extent of smog, stubble burning events, as well as meteorological conditions. It is an encouraging element that temporal trend of Sentinel-5P aerosols have good correlation with ground-based measurements for aerosols. Chair, SPARCO is planning to collaborate with Sick Kids Center for Global Child Health in Toronto, Canada, in partnership with the Aga Khan University of Pakistan for improved local decision-making in health and nutrition preparedness and response to complex cases in climate change and poverty-affected populations in the Badin district of Pakistan. This would represent a novel approach to integration and application of new technologies to existing data sources to improve response strategies. The success of this innovation would demonstrate the possibility of optimizing the information system for action at even the lowest administrative unit feasible, with clear potential for scaling this novel approach to other geographies in Pakistan and elsewhere. Chair, SPARCO also utilizes the satellite observations to monitor glacial lakes, which are vulnerable to outburst floods due to glacial retreat. These projects focus on early detection and monitoring of glacial lakes, contributing to disaster risk reduction strategies and ensuring the safety of vulnerable communities. The National Space Policy of Pakistan underscores the importance of satellite remote sensing (SRS) for environmental monitoring, including tracking changes in air, sea, and land environments. The policy focuses on the use of SRS for monitoring fog and smog patterns, water quality, and coastal ecosystems, providing essential data for assessing and mitigating the impacts of climate change. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Pakistan for his statement. Now I move to the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative of the United States. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. As numerous delegations have reinforced this week, climate change cannot be confronted by one nation alone. And that is why accessible, available, and usable scientific data has never been more important. Chair, the importance of earth science data will only continue to grow as extreme weather increases. In response to this crisis, the United States, through NASA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, and the U.S. Geological Survey, uses space-based Earth observations, scientific research, and data modeling to better understand the planet's changing climate and the impact of those changes on humanity. Rising temperatures and sea levels, together with changing weather patterns, impact nearly all aspects of life. According to scientists at NOAA, the world is experiencing a global coral bleaching event due to record-breaking warming waters. Coral bleaching, especially on a widespread scale, impacts economies, livelihoods, food security, and more. It's an example of the kind of challenge where space-based data and technology is critical. That's why, with over 24 satellites in orbit and other instruments aboard the International Space Station, and through its commercial and international partnerships, NASA is using its unique vantage point of space to observe and help protect our planet. For example, through a joint NASA-USAID program called SERVIR, we are partnering with local leaders in Colombia to track illegal deforestation and mining in the Amazon. Another program called the Agricultural Model Intercomparison and Improvement Project uses NASA data to forecast agricultural conditions, helping governments and farmers prepare for drought and famine around the world. Later this year, the United States and India are planning to launch the NASA ISRO Synthetic Aperture Radar, or NISAR. NISAR will help the world study hazards such as earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanoes, as well as measure global environmental changes. Chair, after launching this month from New Zealand, the second of NASA's 2 satellites under the Polar Radiant Energy in the Far Infrared Experiment, or PREFIRE, is now communicating with ground controllers. Data from these 2 CUBE satellites will better predict how Earth's ice, seas, and weather will change in a warming world. For another example, now in its 5th decade, the NASA and USGS Partnership for Landsat continues to provide researchers with global measurements to better quantify the impacts of surface warming, wildfires, droughts, and floods at scales where many are managing their land resources, critical information to assess our global food supply. This evening, NOAA will launch the 4th and final satellite of its geostationary operational environmental satellite series. This satellite, called GOES-U, will provide critical atmospheric, hydrologic, oceanic, climatic, solar, and space data for the advanced detection and monitoring of environmental phenomena that threaten the security and well-being of everyone in the Western Hemisphere. GOES-U will provide a continuous stream of data showing how our planet's atmosphere has changed over time, improving our Arctic, ocean, and fire weather observations. To make the most out of satellite observations for climate science, NOAA also regularly updates approximately 30 climate data records focused on fundamental sensor data and thematic information on atmosphere, land, and ocean to enable additional science work using these long-term records. Chair, in closing, let me reinforce that as the United States works towards greater collaboration with our international partners, we are committed to increasing accessibility, transparency, and inclusivity of our understanding of the Earth system, climate change, and the application of that knowledge. We encourage others to join the Open Science Initiative, making the scientific data they collect and analyze available to others, helping accelerate scientific discovery for the benefit of all. Thank you, Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of the United States for his statement. Now I move to the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative of South Africa. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. In November 2023, South Africa, through its National Space Agency, became a signatory to the Space Climate Observatory Charter, committing to playing a significant role in the global effort aimed at assessing and monitoring the impact of climate change using satellite data and digital technologies through collaborative efforts at national and regional levels. At the national level, our participation in the SCO aims to enhance our capabilities in monitoring climate change-related aspects such as deforestation, crop health, veld fires, surface heat vulnerability, and air quality, amongst others. To support national decision-making and contribute to climate adaptation strategies, we are also developing dashboards using space-based technologies. South Africa is further developing a heat vulnerability index decision support tool following a study that highlighted the adverse effects of high surface temperatures in various areas of the country. The study found that regions with high surface heat vulnerabilities are more prone to heat-related illnesses and other hazards. Addressing this issue requires a comprehensive approach, including urban planning, public health measures, community involvement, and climate adaptation strategies. The aim of this Heat Vulnerability Index decision support tool is thus to aid local authorities in evaluating and quantifying heat risks in communities by integrating climate observations with weather and Earth observation data. Chair, predictions also indicate that global climate change and extreme weather events will adversely affect agroecological systems, in particular pasture lands, which face mounting pressure to supply grazing resources to meet the rising demands for livestock production. Managing rangelands has become increasingly complex due to challenges such as bush encroachment, invasive alien plants, soil erosion, and droughts. To effectively address these issues, land managers and policymakers must adopt sustainable land use practices and proactively plan to mitigate forage shortages and pasture land degradation. Access to accurate and timely information is crucial for national policymakers to make informed decisions, especially in the event of natural disasters such as droughts. Local land managers also require early warning tools to assess forage production levels against demand. In this context, Earth observation data can offer valuable insights for nationwide rangeland monitoring. To this end, South Africa is developing a tool to monitor rangeland status, estimate productivity, and assess functional dynamics using satellite-derived products. Chair, South Africa is also working on the development of an air quality index dashboard to monitor air quality throughout the country, with a specific emphasis on rising methane levels attributed to activities such as coal mining, combustion, wastewater treatment, and industrial processes. Methane is a significant contributor to global warming, and monitoring its concentrations across various regions will aid in understanding and mitigating its impact on climate change. In April of this year, the South African National Space Agency hosted a stakeholder engagement on Earth observation for climate change. The event aimed to showcase existing Earth observation tools that support climate strategies, promote awareness of ongoing initiatives, and gather user feedback to enhance current efforts in climate change adaptation and mitigation. Chair, alongside other space agencies, South Africa has also recently signed the UN SPIDER Regional Support Office hosting arrangements, further committing to developing effective national and regional strategies to mitigate the negative impacts of climate change and to coordinate the use of space technologies, including Earth observation. The objective is to devise solutions that will enhance the well-being of our people and communities. Thank you for your kind attention.
I thank the distinguished representative of South Africa for her statement. Now I move to the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative of China. Please, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, climate change is a common challenge facing humanity. Space technology plays an important role in addressing climate change as well as related challenges such as intensified desertification and extreme climate events. China attaches great importance to the use of space technology to address climate change. In 2019, China issued the Statement on China's Space Science and Technology in support of the UN 2030 SDGs, proposing for the further implementation of the Paris Agreement on climate change to use satellites to monitor and study global climate change and enhance the ability to address climate change. In 2023, China successfully launched the Land Exploration Satellite 401, which innovatively proposed and engineered for the first time a large aperture annular reflector antenna plus a phased array feed solutions, which can meet the application needs of 7 sectors such as disaster prevention and mitigation, earthquake monitoring, land resource survey, ocean water conservancy, meteorology, agriculture, and environmental protection. Once put into use, it will further improve China's space-based disaster monitoring system, enrich ways and means monitoring in China's key regions, and comprehensively improve the overall level of disaster prevention, mitigation, and relief. To date, China has successfully launched 21 FY meteorological satellites of 2 generations and 4 types, providing data and products to 129 countries and regions, and precisely monitoring various weather and climate events. China actively carries out international cooperation in space technology to address climate change. In June 2019, acting on a French proposal, China signed the Declaration of Intent on the Space for Climate Observatory with 23 space agencies and international organizations around the world, and hosted an SCO steering committee meeting in 2021. In April 2024, the China, Latin America, and Caribbean States Space Cooperation Forum issued the Wuhan Declaration, jointly advocating to use space technology to address climate change and help achieve the goals of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. In the past year, Chinese satellites have provided satellite data for 52 major disasters worldwide, including the 7.8 magnitude earthquake in Turkey and flooding in Myanmar, totaling 1,484 frames, actively supporting international mitigation and disaster mitigation and relief. China continues to support the UN SPIDER project and China's public remote sensing satellites and commercial space satellites have played an important role in providing satellite images for disaster relief operations in Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Mexico, Nepal, the Philippines, the Solomon Islands, and Vanuatu, among others. Mr. Chair, space technology has a great potential to address climate change. China stands ready to continue to work with the international community to better use space technology to address climate change change challenges and promote the exploration and use of outer space activities for the benefit of all humanity. Thank you, Chair.
For his statement. Now I move to the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative of India. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and distinguished delegates, the Indian delegation is happy to present its statements on the agenda item space and climate change. Climate change has far-reaching consequences that affect the entire planet, impacting ecosystems, societies, and economies. Climate change leads to more frequent and intense weather events, including storms, droughts, and heat waves. It threatens the survival of a number of species, reduction in crop yields, impacting the food security. Therefore, addressing climate change is crucial for the well-being of our planet and future generations. This calls for global cooperation, sustainable practices, and urgent actions to mitigate its impact. Mr. Chair, towards collecting the data on atmosphere and ocean surface, India has launched OceanSat and third generation of INSAT series of satellites. The ocean color monitoring and scatometer payloads on board the OceanSat 3 satellite are providing information on chlorophyll distribution over the ocean and the global ocean surface wind vector data, which are often used for weather prediction, detection, and tracking of cyclones. The constellations of 3 weather satellites, INSAT 3D, 3DR, and 3DS, are meticulously designed to enhance meteorological observations by providing frequent data on atmospheric temperature and humidity profiles, as well as other geophysical parameters like fog, fire, total ozone concentration in the atmospheric column, and land surface temperature. Mr. Chair, the Himalayan mountains are covered with extensive snow and glacier cover and are highly sensitive to changes in the global climate, both in terms of their physical characteristics and their societal impacts. Research studies have indicated that the glaciers across the globe are experiencing unprecedented rate of retreating and thinning due to global warming, especially attributed to anthropogenic events. Melting of snow and glaciers lead to the formation of new lakes and the enlargement of existing ones in the Himalayan region. These water bodies pose significant risks, such as the glacial lake outburst floods, GLOFs, which can have devastating consequences for communities downstream. In October 2023, South Lonak Lake, a glacial lake situated in the northwest of Sikkim, India, at 5,200-meter height, burst due to a glacier melting and incessant rains, causing significant loss of human lives and properties. Satellite imagery covering the catchments of Indian Himalayan river basins from 1984 to 2023 indicates significant changes in glacial lakes. Long-term changes in the Gipang Ghat Glacial Lake in the Indus River Basin at an elevation of 4,100 meters in Himachal Pradesh, India, shows 178% increase in size between 1989 and 2022. Satellite-derived long-term changes analysis provide valuable insights for understanding glacial lake dynamics, which are essential for assessing environmental impacts and developing strategies for risk management and climate change adaptations in glacial environments. Mr. Chair, India has established Meteorological and Oceanographic Satellite Data Archival Center called MOSDAC and National Information System for Climate and Environmental Studies NICES program to collect and archive data sets from the satellites, ground-based observations, process geophysical parameters, and making it accessible to scientific and research community. Mr. Chair, towards climate change, India has been actively working towards promoting renewable energy sources including solar, wind, hydro, and biomass, and aims to achieve 500 gigawatt of installed capacity from non-fossil fuels sources by 2030. In this regard, the installed solar energy capacity has increased by 30 times in the last 9 years and stands at 81.81 gigawatt as of March 2024. India has developed the solar atlas for the country using the global horizontal irradiance derived from the Indian geostationary satellites, such as INSAT 3DS. Towards international collaboration, as indicated by our US colleague, we will shortly launch NASA ISRO Synthetic Aperture Radar satellite. India has also proposed to launch a G20 satellite mission for the environmental and climate observations. This satellite will be built by India and will host payloads from the G20 nations, and the data from the satellite will be made available for the global community. Mr. Chair, India shall continue to focus on renewable energy options to mitigate global climate risks and is committed to work in a multilateral framework for environmental sustainability. Thank you, Mr. Chair and distinguished delegation, for your kind attention.
I thank the distinguished representative of India for his statement. Now, the next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of France. Please, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chairperson, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues. Combating climate change and implementing the Paris Agreement of 2015 is a priority for France. Against that backdrop, the international space community has a role to play in attaining the ambitious objectives set by the agreement. Of the 54 essential climate variables used by IPCC, around 30 can only be measured using space technologies. Chairperson, the systems designed by CNES and its international cooperation activities advance the implementation of the SDGs that are related to society resilience and climate change. The French-Chinese oceanographic satellite CFOSat has been helping us understand since 2018 winds and waves at the ocean surface for the purpose of wind and tidal turbine operation. The French-American SWAT mission launched with the Canadian and UK space agencies at the end of 2022 has been revolutionizing hydrology and oceanography. The European Union's Copernicus program, with which France is a close partner, closely monitors climate change and supports climate change mitigation and adaptation solutions. The second-generation Sentinel-3 next-generation topography satellite will come as an upgrade to the current space component of Copernicus with improved altimetry measurements. In coming years, the Trishna mission, together with India, will enable us to have a better understanding of thermal trends, notably in urban areas. The Microcurve mission with the UK will help us identify and map CO2 sources and sinks globally, whereas the French-German Merlin mission will be dedicated to monitoring atmospheric methane. I would also like to mention the Space for Climate Observatory, which is accruing added importance following the entry into force on the 1st of September 2022 of the International Charter, which now has 47 signatories, including 26 countries. It seeks to encourage the development of projects geared around the needs of our populations on the front lines of the climate change impact. So the SCO will involve space industry and civil society. The SCO hopes to organize during the next International Astronautical Congress in Milan, hopes to organize an event open to all delegations dedicated to operational space application development in response to climate change. We would like to underscore the coordination of CNES's actions with the actions of our development agency around a common vision of the systematization of observation data on the one hand and enhanced effectiveness of ODA on the other hand. Earth observation satellites are an important tool for the French Development Agency to be able to craft, together with CNES, technical solutions to help with the preparation, monitoring and assessment of development projects of partner states with the financing of the French Development Agency. Chairperson, my delegation stands ready to study in further detail new opportunities for cooperation on the use of remote Earth sensing technologies in the field of climate change, notably in developing countries. SCO stands ready to contribute actively to discussions on a contribution by our committee to the third UN Conference on Oceans to be held in Nice in June 2025, and the Conference of Parties to the UNFCCC. Thank you.
The distinguished representative of France for his statement. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Ecuador. Please, you have the floor.
Mr. Chief, el calentamiento es uno de los desafíos.
Global warming is one of the most pressing challenges we face internationally. Outer space provides us with an invaluable tool in order to tackle it. Space technologies and applications provide essential data regarding our planet and its climate, allowing us to monitor temperature changes of Earth's surfaces, glacial melt, sea levels changes, carbon dioxide concentrations, and other greenhouse gas factors, in addition to other elements contributing to global warming. Above and beyond monitoring the environment, this provides a path to smart agriculture, providing data regarding weather conditions, soil conditions, plant and vegetation health, which enables farmers to optimize the management of their crops, reducing the need to use harmful chemicals and better managing agricultural parcels, in turn reducing deforestation. Our country, like many others, has noted the significant impact of climate change. We have lost some 40% of glacier coverage over the past 30 years, and 2 of the 7 large glacial areas that are at imminent risk, which has a direct impact on our water sources. Moreover, we have identified new vectors of tropical diseases such as malaria. In view of this situation, our country is committed to generating policies, projects, and programs that will contribute to the international commitment made to reduce the increase in global temperatures to 1.5 degrees. Chair, while space technology provides essential data to better understand climate change, it can also contribute in itself to the problem. The increased number of space flights, the risk of contamination, space debris, satellites, and other obstacles which, upon return, release chemicals and gases and fuels which reach our oceans and seas and are a further source of pollution. This, too, is an additional challenge in our global struggle to mitigate climate change. The close relationship between anthropogenic activity and outer space and climate change requires a holistic approach, using space technology, where it plays a key role in monitoring and observing climate change, providing essential data in order to better understand the causes, impact, and possible solutions. While, on the other hand, it is equally crucial to ensure responsible management and governance of space activities in order to minimize the environmental footprint and ensuring that it does not become a factor that exacerbates problems. Ultimately, activity in space should be a support to understand climate change and its evolution. It provides opportunities for innovation and cooperation, making it possible to use outer space as a driver for a more sustainable future for all. Thank you very much. I thank the distinguished representative of Ecuador for his statement.
The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Indonesia, Dewi Irmawati Gultam. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Indonesia views the climate change issue as the front line in the sustaining the descent life of Earth. Earth remains as the only planet where we live today. Therefore, maintaining the Earth's sustainability, especially in dealing with the climate change, is a global collective duty. Indonesia believes we can overcome this using space technology and its applications. Mr. Chair, Indonesia has a strong commitment in addressing climate change, which is exemplified by the implementation of the National Action Plan for Climate Change and Reducing of the Greenhouse Emission since 2011. The commitment is underscored by the National Medium-Term Development Plan, which prioritizes the environmentally quality, disaster and climate resilience, and low-carbon development. Furthermore, Indonesia pays a high attention a long-term strategy on the low-carbon and climate resilience 2050, which outline the key goals, such as reducing national greenhouse emission by 2030, achieving net sink in the forest and land use sector by 2015, and exploring pathway to achieve the net zero emission by 2016 or sooner. In regards to the National Research and Innovation Agency, BRAIN is actively involved in the various research and study using satellite data and ground-based data to contribute to the relative sectors in dealing with the climate change issues. One of the studies highlight a significant decrease of the emission intensity. Britain is also conducting a climate change study 2021-2015 for the Indonesian maritime continent region using satellite and ground-based data. Indonesia is therefore of the view that climate data derived from the space technology is expected to be shared globally for combating the global climate change and impacts. Mr. Chair, Indonesia remains committed to leveraging the space technology and application to monitor and mitigate the climate change. Especially Indonesia focused on providing accurate and efficient Earth observation satellite data, developing atmospheric research to monitor CO2 levels and greenhouse gases, and promoting the use of the space-based decision support system. In this regard, Indonesia strongly advocates the continued and expanded open access to the data and information derived from the Earth observation satellites, as well as the research related to the monitoring the atmosphere, sea level, marine, and terrestrial area pertinent to the climate change. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Indonesia for his statement. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of United Arab Emirates, Mrs. Alia Al-Almeri. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished delegate, the United Arab Emirates recognize the important role that space technologies play in providing crucial tools to monitor and understand climate change. The system helps in understanding, monitoring, and developing effective strategy to combat the effect of climate change and provide sustainable solutions to the environmental challenges our planet faces today. As part of the United Arab Emirates' efforts in contributing to mitigate climate change utilizing space technologies, at 28th meeting of the Conference of Parties, COP28, hosted on the United Arab Emirates, the UAE Space Agency established a dedicated zone, the Space Pavilion, aiming at leveraging space technology for sustainability, addressing climate change mitigation and adaptation strategies, and promoting the latest sustainable technology in the space sector. Held within the Space Pavilion, the Space for Sustainability Conference hosted over 60 sessions by national and international space community that delved into ways of monitoring the climate, better understanding of crucial issues such as methane and greenhouse gas emissions, highlighting the urgency of addressing these challenges through collective efforts and innovative solutions. The discussion of the Space for Sustainability Conference were instrumental in fostering collaboration and knowledge exchange among the international space community, focusing on several aspects of satellite data utilization, space technology for sustainability, climate change responses, innovative space initiative, and funding for space climate program. Mr. Chair, following the Space for Sustainability Conference on 4th of December 2023, the UAE Space Agency hosted the Space Agency Leader Summit. The summit hosted leaders from over 20 international space agencies, fostering collaboration between global climate policymakers and global space sector leaders to advance initiatives aimed at solving climate change challenges. The summit conducted with a collective pledge to enhance space-based climate initiative, reaffirming our dedication to the commitment made under the Paris Agreement, noting below agreed principles. 1. Enhancing data sharing. 2. Strengthening climate research. 3. Supporting comprehensive climate monitoring. 4. Promoting sustainable space activity. 5. Raising awareness about climate change. 6. Technological solution and entrepreneurship. 7. Financing space climate program. Moreover, we organized the Climate Innovation Spirit Earth Observation Solution 3-day hackathon with the participation of entrepreneurs, data scientists, and programmers to develop our national capabilities on the analytical of space data addressing sustainability challenges. The theme of the hackathon were loss and damage, food security, land use, and climate-induced disaster. Mr. Chair, the United Arab Emirates recognize that success is a result of collective international efforts. Moving forward, the United Arab Emirates committed to continuing these efforts to collaboration with the Republic of Azerbaijan as the hosting country of COP29. In conclusion, the United Arab Emirates remain dedicated to utilizing space technology to address climate challenges with the international space community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of United Arab Emirates for her statement. The next speaker on my list is Mrs. Rosa María Ramírez de Arellano y Haro, quien tiene la palabra.
You have the floor, Madam. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Distinguished delegates, Mexico recognizes that the use of space-based technology is vital to support decision-taking in connection with climate change. The Mexican Space Agency has engaged in various actions in cooperation with entities such as the National Oceanic Institution, the National Autonomous University of Mexico, the National Institute of Ecology and Climate Change, as well as the Committee for Environmental Cooperation, focusing on climate change mitigation. Chair, perhaps I will be a little shameless in what I'm about to say, but in the statements that have been delivered by delegations, not necessarily at this meeting, but in earlier times, we frequently talk about mitigating the effect of climate change. Well, yes, but I am wondering, this is something that we are very active. There are things such as volcanic eruptions. We can't really do a lot about those. We cannot stop a tsunami from occurring either. Or hurricanes, such as the hurricane that affected Acapulco. So we talk about mitigate and recovery and using space technology applications for this, all of which are useful to try and predict how phenomena are going to affect wind volume. But there isn't really anything that we can do, Chair, as far as I know, when you have a hurricane that starts at Category 1 and then continues to expand and increase. Hurricane Otis devastated Acapulco on the 25th of October 2023, highlighting the urgent need to strengthen our use of space technology in order to respond to increasingly frequent natural phenomena. These extreme events, along with the high temperatures in our country, prove that these phenomena are becoming all the more common in the years to come. The Mexican Space Agency is working together with civil protection entities in Mexico, such as CENAPRED, the National Prevention Committee, the National Water Committee, and the National Forestry Committee, in order to build our response and recovery capacity when handling these disasters. The changes in temperature in Mexico are increasing the frequency and severity of phenomena such as droughts and fires. Here, space technology is essential to monitor these risks and to support decision-taking. As such, we plan to organize a workshop on satellite imagery processing for forest fires. This will take place in the city of Guadalajara in Mexico in August this year. This is a joint undertaking with the Indian Space Agency, ISRO, and is an opportunity to strengthen our commitment to the use of cutting-edge technology to tackle these challenges. While we acknowledge that there are financial challenges when it comes to implementing these programs and projects, Mexico is making continuous efforts to strengthening the global agenda of sustainable financing. Natural phenomena, Chair, affect everybody's purse and pocket. We must find innovative solutions that will ensure the sustainability of our projects and providing sufficient balance for our initiatives by providing necessary resources. To sum up, Mexico restates its commitment to combating climate change and recognizing the important role of space when it comes to meeting this goal. Thank you very much, Chair.
Doy las gracias a la
I thank the distinguished representative of Mexico for her statement. Following speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Colombia, Mr. Felipe Castillo-Blanco, you have the floor, sir. Thank you very much, Chair, distinguished delegates. For Colombia, a country that is rich in biodiversity and natural resources, as indeed for the entire planet, the impact of climate change pose a global threat and are of particular relevance on the international agenda. In keeping with the objectives set out under the Paris Agreement, Colombia prioritizes an ambitious climate change management policy to guarantee the integrity of all of our ecosystems, including forests, oceans, mountains, and the protection of our biodiversity, in addition to attaching importance to climate justice. Chair, allow us to underscore the importance of collective action in order to tackle climate change, and equally, given the fact that this is one of the most pressing global challenges we face, appealing to the member states present here to step up their efforts and to make further progress in using space technology in order to respond to the climate crisis. We are facing an increased number of extreme weather events, sea level rise, the thawing of permafrost, forest fires, as well as changes in agricultural output, all of which highlight the urgent need to find effective, innovative solutions. Colombia is concerned by the fact that 1/3 of the planet does not have access to early warning or information services regarding the climate. And therefore, more needs to be done in order to promote better coordination among those entities that provide systematic observation. As such, Colombia recognizes the opportunities that are provided through space technology to monitor and mitigate the impact of climate change. Earth observation systems using low Earth orbit satellites provide significant data in order to track environmental changes, support climate efforts for adaptation and mitigation to prevent imminent disasters. These data are invaluable to support political decisions and to develop strategies to build our resilience to the adverse impact of climate change. We have made significant progress in developing our space capacity, including through the deployment of the FACSat-2 Earth observation satellite for the measurement of greenhouse gases. In so doing, our country is seeking to combat climate threats that affect our region. These efforts are aimed at improving our understanding of the climate cycle and contributing to our goal of reducing our greenhouse gas emissions by 51% by 2030. The FACSat-2 capacity includes a spectrometer, Argus 2000, which equally is a milestone in terms of our national environmental analysis and monitoring capacity. This experimental sensor acquires data allowing for greenhouse gas analysis. This is a tripartite initiative embedded in a science and technology cooperation agreement between the Colombian Air Force, the Colombian oil company Ecopetrol, and the cutting-edge defense company Codeltech. We are keenly following these technologies in order to monitor areas that have been reported as large emitters of greenhouse gases, in so doing contributing to the further study and monitoring of climate change, which will support decision-taking as well as the structuring of appropriate public policies. This Argus spectrometer also provides detailed data, strengthening our national capacity to carry out atmospheric and environmental research, promoting international cooperation in the form of research and technological development projects. The spectrometer builds our satellite observation capacity and also makes a direct contribution to the health and well-being of our communities, in particular those communities that are most vulnerable to climate change. The fact that this spectrometer is integrated in the FACSat-2 satellite is a significant step forward towards more effective environmental management. We restate the need to address the climate crisis, underscoring that this is not something that can be tackled by one nation on its own. Rather, it requires collective efforts with specific and tangible goals set globally in order to examine mitigation, adaptation, implementing means and support in light of equity and the best available scientific information. As such, we support the ongoing role played by COPUOS in promoting and facilitating actions in this area, such as initiatives such as the United Nations Spider platform for space-based information for disaster management and emergency response, or the Space for Climate Action platform. Chair, by promoting international cooperation among member states, we trust that this committee will provide specific recommendations and actions to strengthen space technology to tackle the adverse impact of climate change in a more effective manner. To sum up, Colombia restates its commitment to the peaceful use of space, as well as the urgent need to find solutions to tackle the various interrelated global crises caused by climate change and the loss of biodiversity in a comprehensive manner and, in general, in keeping with the Sustainable Development Goals. Chair, allow me to point out that this committee plays a critical role in contributing towards building a more resilient and sustainable future for all, and which will contribute to efforts made to achieve net zero CO2 emissions by 2050. Thank you very much, Chair. I thank the distinguished representative of Colombia for his statement.
The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Space Generation Advisory Council, Mrs. Tatiana Komorna. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The Space Generation Advisory Council, SGAC, sincerely appreciates the opportunity to provide the views of youth on space and climate change. Honorable Chair, the youth of today recognize the future of the planet is inherently tied to their own. Our planet continues to heat up, and we must unite in our efforts to preserve it. The time to take action is now. As representatives of the space youth, we believe that the space community should be at the forefront of the fight against climate change. Prompted by the release of our common agenda in December 2021, we established a policy division on space for climate action. Over the course of 2022, this diverse group of young professionals from our policy and advocacy platform worked hard to collect the views and proposals of the space generation on how space could and should contribute to the fight against climate change. Distinguished delegates, it has been 2 years now since we released a comprehensive report outlining the official policy position of the Space Generation Advocacy Council on the role of space in climate action. Our report is titled Saving Our Future on Earth Through Our Presence in Space and is available online for the kind consideration of all delegations. The SGAC Climate Report outlines 31 practical recommendations, emphasizing the need for a decisive approach to increase the sustainability of the space industry as a way to ensure a better future for all humankind. The recommendations include decoupling the space and defense sectors, streamlining environmental impact assessments into current and future missions, and using the exploration of planets like Venus and Mars as viable case studies for the understanding our climate. These recommendations target various stakeholders across the scientific community, academia, governments, and policymakers, as well as commercial actors. Since its publication, SGAC has been extensively advocating the climate report at the international level. In 2021, we presented its first draft at the always insightful UN Austria Symposium on Space for Climate Action. In 2022, we presented the recommendations at the ASEAN conference organized by the International Academy of Astronautics, prompting a very dynamic discussion with the space agencies and companies present on site. Together with the International Astronautical Federation in May 2023, we organized a dedicated plenary session during the first Global Space Conference on Climate Change, GLOC, where senior leaders and young space pioneers had unprecedented and inspiring debate on the enabling role that space technology can play in the fight against climate change. This year, we continue to promote our recommendation and work on their implementation with relevant stakeholders. In conclusion, we are grateful for this opportunity to provide the views of the young generation on the role of space for climate action and stand ready to support the activities of this honorable committee in such critical field. We encourage all distinguished delegations to read the SGAC climate report, and we look forward to working together with all interested stakeholders to save our future in space through our presence on Earth. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
I thank the distinguished observer of the Space Generation Advisory Council for her statement. Now, we have concluded our consideration of Agenda Item 12, Space and Climate. Distinguished delegations, I would now like to begin our consideration of Agenda Item 13, Use of Space Technology in the United Nations System. With your permission, I would like to give the floor to the Director of the United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs to report on the UN space activities. Okay. Dear Arthur, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, I'm pleased to provide you with an update on developments regarding UN Space, the United Nations Interagency Meeting on Outer Space Activities. As Director of UNUSA, I would emphasize the Office's commitment to enhancing collaboration, both within the UN system and among the broader global community, because only by doing so can we ensure that we make best efforts to tackle global challenges and make sure that the benefits of space truly reach everybody who needs them. The UN Space Interagency Mechanism seeks to promote synergies and avoid duplication of efforts related to the use of space technology and applications in the work of the different UN entities. Chair, distinguished delegates, the General Assembly, in its Resolution 78/82, encouraged UN entities to participate in UN space coordination efforts. While UN Space has a good network of collaborators, we hope to strengthen this with a renewed vision and by continuing to visit new and creative ways of working together, which include educational components as well. In recent years, we have taken the annual UN Space meeting to different physical locations, which allows us to engage different voices from within the wider UN system. While virtual connections are an important practical method of exchanging information, these face-to-face meetings help us build stronger connections as a good basis for future collaboration. In 2022, the UN Space meeting was held in Bangkok in the Asia-Pacific region. Last year, the 42nd session took place in Brindisi, Italy, in collaboration with the Service for Geospatial Information and Telecommunications Technologies at the UN Global Service Center of the Department of Operational Support, convening representatives of 12 different UN entities. In 2023, a joint meeting of UN Space and the Committee on Earth Observation Satellites, known as COPUOS, identified specific needs of member states and UN entities for capacity building in the use of satellite imagery. As a result, technology demonstrations and trainings on topics such as flood mapping and deforestation monitoring were introduced into the 42nd UN Space session. I thank the space agencies and COPUOS partners who supported this unique learning opportunity for UN personnel, and who we know will go on to amplify messaging around the use of space-based data with their colleagues. The Global Service Center also facilitated a tour of the base in Brindisi, offering visits to the Strategic Air Operations Center and the Digital Twin and Virtual Operations Center, where participants were able to experience simulations and virtual reality tools, gaining a first-hand understanding of key operational and technical support activities. The expertise that was shared by partners not only added value, but also contributed to meeting needs previously identified by UN entities. Chair, distinguished delegates, in view of the importance of the topic of space debris to the sustainability of outer space activities, UN Space decided at its last annual session that this would be the focus of its next special report. You now have before you the special report in document A/AC 105/1317. In this report, to which 10 UN entities contributed, we see the need for a multifaceted approach emphasized to address the challenges posed by space debris, involving not only technical but also regulatory, policy, legal and cooperative measures. The special report also acknowledges that space debris and any related space debris risk tipping point is a human-made problem, which it is therefore possible with correct and communal action to avoid. Chair, distinguished delegates, the 42nd session of UN Space also agreed on a new UN Space publication currently being developed jointly by UNUSA and the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO. The publication focuses on space tools for agriculture and food security. It will be a valuable addition to UN Space publications and will be made available before the end of the calendar year. Chair, distinguished delegates, in recent years, UN Space has increased the number of its open sessions, acknowledging the value of engaging multi-stakeholder audiences. The 19th open session, held in October last year in Brindisi, Italy, was a collaboration with the UN Global Service Centre and ASI, the Italian space agency. It focused on the topic of Earth observation and integrated applications for disaster risk management and sustainable development, and it gave special consideration and emphasis to case studies from the broader Italian space community and specifically from the Apulia region. By convening representatives of member states, UN entities and the private sector, the session fostered a collaborative environment, providing the possibility to connect, share views, learn about each other's work, and explore possible synergies in connection with the session's topic. I thank our partners, and specifically the Italian Space Agency, for making the session a success. You will find the full report of the 42nd session and the 19th open session of UN Space before you in document A/AC 105/1318. Chair, distinguished delegates, this update aims to not only report on the US space work, but also to reaffirm a commitment to leverage the universal benefits of outer space steered by the principle of collaboration. As such, the UN Space Secretariat is actively reviewing how this area of work can be improved. In this regard, I would bring your attention that at its annual session in 2023, UN Space recognized the need to improve coordination in the sourcing and sharing of commercial satellite imagery across the UN system to reduce cost and redundancies. UN Space requested UNUSA to work towards coordinating data sharing, building United Nations system capacity, and cooperating on the procurement of space-based information to accelerate the application of space assets to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, and to raise extra budgetary funds for human resources and technical capacities to lead these efforts. As a result, and based also on the needs expressed by member states to the leadership team, access to space data was included in the UNUSA strategic plan for 2024 to 2030, and it is a priority topic that will be brought forward towards the next UN Space meeting. In this regard, I'm pleased to inform you that the 43rd session of UN Space will take place directly at the UN headquarters in New York in October this year. Again, we look forward to broadening the UN Space Network as we work for the first time with the Capacity Development and Operational Training Service of the Department of Operational Support. We will also be working with NASA through the framework of COPUOS to again include a unique educational component in the 43rd annual session. The updated information on UN space activities to take place this October will be posted on its dedicated website, www.un-space.org. Chair, distinguished delegates, let me conclude by informing you that the UN Space Secretariat is now exploring the use of communications platforms to create improved ways for UN entities to communicate between UN space meetings. We are strongly committed to this interagency work and to making UN space even more fit for purpose in the future. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the distinguished Director of the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs. We shall continue and conclude our consideration of Agenda Item 13, Use of Space Technology in the United Nations System, this afternoon. Distinguished delegates, before we turn to lunch time, technical presentations, I would like to inform delegates of our schedule of work for this afternoon. We'll meet promptly at 3 p.m. We'll continue our consideration of Agenda Item 5, General Exchange of Views. We'll also begin and continue and conclude our consideration of Agenda Item 13, Use of Space Technology in the United Nations System. We'll begin our consideration of Agenda Item 14, Future Role and Method of Work of the Committee, and time permitting, Item 15, Space Exploration and Innovation. I would like to inform delegates that during lunchtime today, the Working Group on the Long-Term Sustainability of Outer Space Activities will hold a third informal meeting in Room M2 from 1:30 p.m. to 2:50 p.m. in hybrid form. Informal consultations on a draft resolution on International Year of Asteroid Awareness and Plenary Defense 2029, led by Romania, will be held in Room M3 from 1:50 p.m. to 2:50 p.m. Also, during lunchtime today, there will be a side event entitled Pale Blue Dot Challenge. Winning teams present their Earth observation visualizations, organized by the United States from 1 p.m. to 1:45 p.m. in Room M3. All delegations are invited. Please refer to the COPUOS 2024 session webpage for a detailed schedule of side events. We will also continue our consideration for Agenda Item 6. Distinguished delegates, are there any questions or comments on this proposed schedule? I see none. Now, I would like to proceed with technical presentations. As informed, there will be a webcast with no interpretation. There are 9 technical presentations scheduled, and please refer to the website for the updated schedule. The first presentation on my list is on an invitation to use the EVDT systems engineering framework to apply satellite Earth observation for the Sustainable Development Goals by the distinguished representative of the United States of America. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all the delegates. My name is Professor Danielle Wood. Thank you. It is my pleasure to present this topic, an invitation to use the EVDT Systems Engineering Framework to apply satellite Earth observation for the Sustainable Development Goals. Next slide, please. I recently published a paper that is openly available via Acta Astronautica that highlights examples of progress that's already being made to use space technology from many different space sectors to address the Sustainable Development Goals. I encourage delegates to read the paper, which gives examples. The paper highlights, next slide, the paper highlights 6 different technical areas in the space industry that are already contributing to Sustainable Development Goals, including satellite Earth observation, satellite positioning, human spaceflight, satellite communication, technology transfer, and fundamental research. Next slide. The Sustainable Development Goals, of course, are vast, and often the experts who work on them are not experts in the space industry. Thus, designs are needed in the space industry to adapt our technology to address these goals. I'll give several examples.
I'm sorry. Please, dear delegates, I kindly ask you to keep silence during the presentation. Thank you very much. Please continue.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I have examples in today's presentations showing the use of a variety of space technology, particularly for SDG 15, 14, 2, and 6. Next slide. Please click forward. In this video, you see examples of satellites operated by NASA, particularly for observation of the Earth and for remote sensing. Each satellite is unique, and the learning curve to use the data can be extensive. Thus, it's important to design information systems to use the data for experts in the SDGs. Next slide. This workflow highlights some of the effort needed to adapt satellite Earth observation data in order to make it useful for the SDGs, particularly highlight columns rows 6, 7, and 8 to create information interfaces based on user needs, combine the data with social and economic data, as well as providing information for action. We do this in projects driven by system engineering. Next slide. To address this need, we propose a system engineering approach that improves the benefits of applying satellite Earth observation to Sustainable Development Goals. It is called EVDT, which stands for Environment, Vulnerability, Decision, Technology. Next slide. Traditional Earth observation information systems often focus on the environmental measurements and decision-making. Next slide. We add both a measure of human vulnerability and societal impact, next slide, as well as a measure of the technology that's needed to observe or improve the observations of what's changing in the environment. We call this EVDT. Next slide. I encourage delegates to consider using this QR code to learn more about our framework. We have many publications available for your consideration. Next slide. We also invite everyone to come to a free online meeting. It's called the EVDT Community Meeting. It is offered every month, and it's freely available online. We share this QR code as an example of how to link. If you RSVP, you'll be added to a website and an email list to get more information. Everyone's welcome to see examples of our projects that apply EVDT to SDG projects. Next slide. There are also multiple publications you can access freely with examples from past work. Next slide. I'll briefly highlight an example of our project supporting drought management in Angola using integrated modeling with the EVDT framework. Next slide. This project is funded by NASA and is a cooperation with the Angolan National Space Agency. Next slide. Here's an example of how we adapt EVDT to monitor drought. In particular, we're measuring agricultural drought, social vulnerability, and considering the policies that the government of Angola is considering with regard to drought response. This includes adding long-term improvements to pump water from areas that have low water to areas that have increased water. Next slide, please. Southern Angola faces recurring cycles of drought and flooding that causes insecurity for local communities. Next slide. NASA's satellite called SMAP, or Soil Moisture Active Passive, has a sensor that can measure the microwaves that reflect from the Earth. This allows the sensor to measure water in the soil. This is one methodology to estimate agricultural drought. Next slide. This is an example of the tool we hope to make, which will highlight the geographic location of extreme drought, shown here in the dark red as a D4 level. This is referred to as an internationally used measurement of drought and severity. On the right-hand side, you see a geographic summary of key measures of social and economic vulnerability. The goal is to combine an understanding of the environmental change and the social vulnerability to guide policy. Next slide. This slide shows the monthly time series of drought severity, where you see the dark red color. This means that the period shown had a severe drought, and we're showing all the NASA SMAP data available from 2015 to 2023. Through this full record, we can see which periods had extreme drought in Angola. Next slide. Another way of looking at it is the geographic summary. This map shows the entire country of Angola from 2015 to 2023 and illustrates which period we're experiencing extreme drought, shown in the dark red color. This data is updated approximately every 8 days, which means there's frequent updates around the state of agricultural drought. Next slide. In addition to this physical data, we're adding social and economic vulnerability modeling with collaboration from key agencies in the government in Angola, including the National Statistical Institute. Next slide. We'll consider vulnerability in 6 categories, including physical, social, demographic, agricultural, economic, and health. Next slide. The slides available to show you the methodology we use is a common method to calculate composite indices, and it means there's an opportunity for users of the information to give more emphasis on certain aspects of vulnerability. Next slide. Ultimately, we'll have a developed index that will include both the indicators as well as an index that combines each of these to give one number for vulnerability. Next slide. The final phase of the project is creating a website in cooperation with the National Space Agency in Angola to highlight the impacts of drought. Next slide. I'll briefly give a few more examples. That one focused on the SDG addressing water and food. I'll give an example for SDG 15. You can use the QR code to view this poster. It's showing how we're working with a Native American tribe called the Yurok tribe to make a decision support system for their forest management. Next slide. Here's another example of how it's applying EVDT. The environmental factor is the forest growth. The vulnerability aspect is their progress in sequestering carbon, and they actually earn income through this process. Decision making has to do with forest management, and the technology is asking how to combine both airborne and spaceborne data for satellite observation of the forest. Next slide. This has been shown to be useful for their team as they are measuring how much carbon they're sequestering through the forest as a way to earn credits through the California carbon market. Next slide. Another example highlights SDG 15. We've used EVDT to build a decision support system to address integrated water and resource management in the country of Benin in West Africa. Next slide, please. It's another example of adapting EVDT, in this case, addressing SDG 15.8, which highlights management of invasive species. And here we're assessing the impact of an invasive water hyacinth plant. Next slide. This supports a local company, which is applying satellite data to help them manage the invasive plant. They create income for local communities who harvest the plant. They turn it into a commercial product that can absorb oil-based pollution, and they've set up local sensors to monitor the water quality. Next slide. We've demonstrated through our work that there are multiple ways to use satellite data to track the invasive water hyacinth. This is relevant in Benin. Next slide. You can also see it's relevant in other countries, including Kenya, South Africa, Ghana, and Angola, and we look forward to trying to expand this work to other areas. Next slide. Finally, I'll just briefly mention our work in Ghana, also in SDG 15. We've worked with this team to address forest monitoring. Next slide. Here's another example of a poster. You can use the QR code to see more detail. And we're currently assessing the impact of using satellite data to address SDG 15 monitoring, to monitor mining and deforestation. Thank you so much for listening. These examples all highlight successful cooperation between scientists and government agencies to apply Earth observation data for the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation. The second presentation on my list is on monitoring coastal habitats and water quality with remote sensing data by the representative of Singapore. You have the floor.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Koh Leong Kiong, the Director of the Center for Remote Imaging Sensing and Processing, National University of Singapore. Thank you, Chairman, for allowing me to share our work on monitoring of coastal habitat and water quality with remote sensing. Singapore and Southeast Asia have unique coastal waters and biodiversity that are rich and precious. Our region is home to a diverse array of coastal habitats, each playing a crucial role in the region's ecology, economy, and culture. Some key coastal habitats in Southeast Asia include mangrove, coral reefs, seagrass meadows, estuaries, and water wetlands. Mangroves provide critical ecosystem services, including coastal protection, carbon sequestration, and habitat for numerous aspects of fish, birds, and invertebrates. Coral reefs are biodiversity hotspots and home to a vast array of marine life. Seagrass meadows provide important habitat for marine species. They are also crucial for carbon sequestration and water quality maintenance. Estuary and water wetlands are vital for nutrient cycling, providing nursery grounds for fish and other aquatic species, and supporting agriculture and aquaculture. Next slide, please. This graphic shows the trace and interaction of the sunlight traveling from the sun to the water surface, entering the water, being absorbed and back scattered, and back through the atmosphere to be picked up by the sensor. We start with the graphic to the left first. Unlike pristine deep ocean, which are previously called Case 1 water, whose inherent optical properties are dominated by chlorophyll field from phytoplankton, coastal or Case 2 water contain many other constituents, especially those that are man-made, including suspended metals, color-dissolved organic matters, and others. On top of that, when the sea bed is shallow, the graphic on the left, the seabed and its material also reflect incident radiance to add to the returning water-leaving radiance. In CRIS, we had an active research in this topic, and we do not work alone, but in collaboration with many international and local researchers. Happy to mention that CRIPS is a member of the GEO AquaWatch initiative. I will show some results of the various applications of our work in the following slides. Next slide, please. The top 3 slides here shows the swimming pool water to the left, which is bluish in color, and you've got the sedimented river, which appear brownish in the middle, and high chlorophyll, greenish water to the right. We took our spectrometer to record the spectrum, and you can see a spectrum in the graph in the middle there. Over the years, our researcher and team has painstakingly visited various inland and coastal sea waters to measure the reflectance spectrum and the corresponding water quality parameters, to develop our understanding and developing and fine-tuning the water spectrum model. Next slide, please. One of our early success is to compare the sediments we compute from remote sensing and compare it with one that is computed from engineer's model of the river system. The result of the modeling and the satellite observation are consistent. The one to the right is the satellite image, the two to the left, I'm sorry, the one to the left is satellite image, the two to the right are the modeling image. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, this slide shows a real case project which we collaborated with a local company to monitor the turbidity and total suspended solid with spot remote sensing imagery. Our team also visited the site to carry out ground validation exercise, measuring the reflectance spectrum and the corresponding turbidity and TSS. The graph on the right shows the algorithm at work. The measured spectrum is shown by the cyan line, and our algorithm computes the spectrum from the water quality parameters. By applying curve-fitting computation, we can find a set of water quality parameters that can produce the model spectrum in blue. The close fit between the cyan and blue lines show that the algorithm is working. The scatter plot at the bottom right shows the turbidity computed from satellite image versus in situ measured turbidity. The closeness of the scatter plot to the 45-degree line confirms the correctness of the algorithm. Next slide, please. Industrial collaboration is important. We collaborated with a local startup Lighthouse to build a water quality monitoring system based on hyperspectral camera developed by Lighthouse and our algorithm. The advantage of this setup is that it's not affected by clouds since it's way below the clouds. The results are very promising. The bottom left shows the fitting between the measure and the modeled water spectrum. The center shows the measured chlorophyll and the model derived chlorophyll, and the bottom right shows the lab measured turbidity versus a model derived turbidity, and the straight lines show its correctness. Okay, in earlier slide we are talking about optically deep waters. where the incident light will absorb before it hit the bottom. In this slide, we venture into shallow water. So note that the light reflected from the seabed enter into the equations in two ways, by the depth of the seabed and the reflectance of the seabed. Okay, we have successfully expanded the model to include the depth and the albedo. The first picture shows the high-resolution image, and the next picture shows the derived bathymetry. The third picture shows the reflectance. We wish to highlight that we are using the physics-based model to derive water depth and sea bottom albedo from the reflectance measured by a satellite sensor. All the required parameters are derived from the image, and no empirical data is needed. So next slide, please. In this slide, we show our algorithm to map the Manzi Reef and the Flat Island Atoll in the South China Sea. Next slide. In this slide, we use our underwater NDVI, which is derived from the water character albedo, to map the seagrass meadows that is submerged in the water, as well as the habitat of the coastal region of Singapore. This was in cooperation with the National Park Boards of Singapore. Next slide. If we zoom in, we can see the offshore island of Pulau Semakau. The above water habitats are met with the classical techniques. The seagrass meadow, which is always underwater, is shown in the orange. And photos of the seagrass is shown on the right-hand side for comparison. Seagrass is a crucial component of marine environment, providing habitat for food for a variety of species, including fish, crustaceans, and sea turtles. Seagrass also play a significant role in the carbon sequestration, making them important in fight against climate change. Okay, next slide. So CRIPS is planning to generate water quality maps for waters around Singapore on a regular basis. Map to the left is a sea dome map, and the map to the right is a coral field map. The data set uses the ESA Sentinel-2 data, and we wish to thank ESA for providing this valuable data, free and open to all. Okay, next slide. Okay, we recognize the important collaboration is a key to enabling this development. CRIS and Singapore will continue to welcome collaboration to use space capability to protect our fragile planet. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. Can you please click on the mic? You have still the microphone on. Thank you. The third presentation on my list is on Italian approach to moon exploration by the representative of Italy.
The exploration plan organized on three main lines: sustain the ESA exploration program, promote international partnership, implement national activities to increase the knowledge on technology, innovation, and science. Looking at the exploration plan with regards to the destinations, Italy pays attention to Moon, Mars, near-Earth asteroids, and Mars as long-term goal for human missions. Among the different destinations, there are common exploration objectives such as improve knowledge, develop technologies, and prepare permanent infrastructures, habitation, power production, communication, life support, search for space resources for future extraction and utilization, practice the daily need, operations and problem solving on lunar environment to prepare the step forward to HUMA Mars exploration. And last but not least, ASI is progressing to enhance the existing ground infrastructures with specific functionalities and equipment to offer a suitable test and simulation environment, as well as to support ground operations for lunar robotic missions. The first part of the presentation is about the Italian support to the ESA Lunar Robotic Exploration Program. ESA Human and Robotics Exploration Program is organized on four cornerstones: CS Human in LEO, Humans Beyond LEO, Lunar Robotic Exploration Program, and Mars Robotic Exploration Program. Italy is one of the major contributor county to the ESA Exploration Program in all cornerstones. Italy is strongly engaged on the major ESA elements on Humans Beyond LEO, That is mainly the Lunar Gateway and the European Service Module for Orion Multipurpose Crew Vehicle. The Lunar Gateway is to be the first international space station around the Moon and will support the most distant human space missions ever attempted. As part of the Artemis program, ESA is contributing 3 key elements to the Gateway: Lunar IHAB, Lunar View, and Lunar Link. Italy leads the Lunar IHAB design and development, as well as the pressurized section and the window of the Lunar View and some part of Lunar Link. In addition, as part of this scenario, we could consider the European Service Module, ESM, is ESA's contribution to NASA's Orion spacecraft that will send astronauts to the Moon and beyond. Italian contribution to ESM regards the main structure, micrometeorite protection, and the main equipment to life support inside Orion capsule. Moreover, Italy is also responsible to provide the solar panel array and the power control and distribution subsystem. The Cornerstone 3 is about robotic lunar exploration. The first element shown is the ESA prospect, package for resource observation and in situ prospecting for exploration, commercial exploitation, and transportation. The drilling system provided by Italy beneath the surface in the South Pole region of the Moon and extract samples. Samples taken by the drill will then be passed to a chemical laboratory where they will be heated to extract these cold-trapped volatiles. Thermochemical processes, at temperatures of up to 1,000 degrees Celsius, can then be used to further extract chemical species, including oxygen. Argonaut is Europe's autonomous access to the Moon, allowing us to play a major role on the surface of our natural satellite, and will be designed for a series of missions with many options for its payloads, from cargo and infrastructure delivery to scientific operations, a rover or a power station. Argonaut is being designed as a versatile access to the Moon. ESA completed the contractor selection process with the result that the team that will develop the Lunar Descent Element, LDE, will be led by Italy. Lumio, a lunar meteoroid impacts observer, is a 12U CubeSat mission promoted by ESA to observe, quantify, and characterize meteoroid impacts on the lunar far side by detecting their impact flashes. The team in charge to develop the spacecraft is led by Italy. The current plan is to target a launch in 2027, possibly with a NASA CLPS or alternative commercial launch provider. Top highlights are proof of concept for future lunar situational awareness missions and first ever lunar surface sensing mission to detect meteorites impacts. Let's talk now about the international partnership related to Moon exploration. Italy signed Artemis Accords on October 13, 2020. In June 2022, as part of Artemis, the agreement was signed between NASA and ASI for bilateral cooperation aimed at carrying out a preliminary study dedicated to the design of a pressurized and habitable surface lunar module, capable of carrying out many functions, the multipurpose habitation module. Italy can count on a strong heritage on pressurized module, mainly those one developed for the International Space Station, nodes MPLM, Columbus, Cupola, Cygnus, and more recent for Lunar Gateway, Lunar IHAB, Lunar Link, Lunar View. The multipurpose module will be placed on the south pole of the Moon. Designed to operate for at least 10 years in full autonomy, MPH will constitute a permanent surface garrison, capable of operating in synergy with the various elements of Artemis, both surface and orbital, such as lander, pressurized rover, lunar gateway, etc. The primary objective is to qualify and supply the first permanent habitation module to operate on lunar soil, compatibly with the reference timing of the Artemis program, which envisages its launch in the 2030 time horizon. An interesting aspect of MPH module is the science opportunities and utilization for the lunar science community. In this slide, it is shown the resulting science topic from mapping the opportunity offered by the internal controlled environment of MPH, with the national interest and with Moon to Mars top-level lunar science goal, related to life science, life support, and habitation. In a similar way, we could consider the MPH module as a deep space observatory, and focus on science topics such as the nature of fluids, physics in space, the matter of materials, and living off the land. Another initiative in international cooperation is the ASI NASA Luger Lunar GNSS Receiver Experiment. The Lunar GNSS Receiver Experiment, LUGRE, is a bilateral project involving Italian Space Agency and National Aviation and Space Administration L. It foresees the launch of a GNSS receiver developed by the Italian company Cascom as a scientific payload of the Firefly S Blue Ghost lander, directed to the Moon in 2024. The actual configuration foresees the launch of a GNSS receiver developed by the Italian company Cascom as a scientific payload of the Firefly's Blue Ghost lander, directed to the Moon surface by the end of 2024. the project will assess the usability of a spaceborne GNSS receiver to support cislunar and lunar standalone navigation through multi-frequency, multi-constellation GNSS signals. The last part of the presentation is on the main national moon exploration initiatives.
The first, already mentioned at the beginning, is named Oracle Oxygen Retrieval Asset by Carbothermal Reduction in Lunar Environment, a demonstrator of space resource extraction in line the major categories identified by ISEC, In Situ Resource Utilization Gap Assessment Report, as listed below. Earth-Moon-Mars, EMM, Science Platform, is another Italian initiative. EMM is a joint effort between the National Institute for Astrophysics, INAF, Italian Space Agency, ASI, and the National Council of Research, CNR, approved in October 2022. The first contract on the feasibility study phase kicked off on January 1, 2023, and will end after 30 months. The project represents an important step forward for Italy in its involvement in the international effort to expand the human presence in the deep space, with Moon as a first goal, and Mars as the next more ambitious one.
Regarding the ground operations, ASI started from an existing infrastructure located at Alltech in Turin, IT, to extend its capabilities.
Is going to evolve in order to incorporate the Lunar Operations Simulation and Control Facility. At the initial stage of the development started in December 2023, it will include Lunar Terrain Simulator, LETS, Lunar Mission Control Center, LMC in a later stage, once the requirements from potential users, such as Oracle, and MPH module, we will add the Lunar Environment Simulator.
This slide includes all the initiative in which Italy is involved, including the Lunar Communication Infrastructure, ESA program named Moonlight, orbital and surface elements, the ground infrastructure on Earth. On bottom right, the Mars exploration program is summarized as long-term destination objective on the NASA M2M strategy.
Thank you for your presentation. The fourth presentation on my list is on development of Beidou navigation satellite system by the representative of China. So you have the floor.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. Distinguished Chair, ladies and gentlemen. I can see my presentation. Okay, thank you. It's my great pleasure to give a presentation about the development of Beidou navigation satellite system. I'm Lu Jun from China Satellite Navigation Project Center. Next slide. Yes, we can see currently there are a total of 48 satellites operational in orbit. And last year, in order to promote the network's availability and stability, 3 backup satellites were launched in space to improve the featured service capability. Next slide. BDS can provide 7 diversified services to users, including 3 global services and 4 regional services. For global services, it can provide radio navigation satellite service, global short message communication, search and rescue service to global users. And for China and the surrounding areas, it can provide satellite-based augmentation service, ground augmentation service, precise point positioning, as well as regional short message communication. Next slide. As to the RNSS service performances, we can see on the slide, BDS provide this kind of service for users on the ground and also 1,000 kilometers above space users. We can see on the slide the service performance fully better than indicator requirements by service specification since commissioning. Currently, for global users, it can enjoy the positioning accuracy about 5 meters. Next slide. As well, and also, the BDS can provide modernized signals, including B1C and B2A, These signals are compatible and interoperable with other global navigation satellite systems, including GPS from United States, the GLONASS from Russian Federation, as well as Galileo from European Union. These services are stable with horizontal and vertical positioning accuracy better than 2 meter, 4 meter respectively. And we all know that currently we are in a new round of solar activity peak period. So the GNSS are affected by ionospheric activities. The single frequency service performances fluctuated largely. But for dual frequency, it can eliminate the ionospheric effect, so the performance is better. Next slide. As to the global short message communication, it is a very, very useful featured service of BDS. For maximum length of a single message is about 560 bytes. Currently, it is used in many important space missions, including the Einstein probe. The probe was launched in January this year, where SMC service used for wide field view sky survey. And also, it is used in China-France SVOM, Joint Space Observatory. SVOM means Space-Based Multi-Band Astronomical Variable Objects Monitor. It is launched several days ago. And also, it is used in China's space station, in Mengtian experiment module into orbit to provide telemetry information transmission and emergency communications, as well as the GCAM space probe to coordinate the ground monitoring activities. Next slide. Another service is regional short message communication. The maximum length of a single message is 14,000 bytes per single message. And in November 2012, this service was recognized by IMO as the third global GMDSS, that means Global Maritime Disaster and Safety System. And currently, it is accelerating the commencement of BDS GMDSS, including the frequency coordination, the group call service manual review, as well as the ground stations development. Next slide. And also, search and rescue service. In November 2022, China formally becomes the provider of COPUOS SASAT space segment. We all know that it is integrated into BDS, so the positioning accuracy is not only 5 kilometers, but it is better than 5 meters. So integrating the search and rescue service and also the positioning service, it can improve the efficiency of search and rescue and also the success rate. And also it can provide a new link that names return link to users. Currently, it is better than 2 minutes because we have tested in many areas, typical areas globally. And also, currently, we welcome the potential cooperation, including the joint testing, the two-way communication service development, as well as global share this kind of service. Next slide. And also PPP, that is a high accuracy positioning, means centimeter level for regional area users. Next slide. This is a SBAS service. It is used in safety of life areas, including the civil aviation. It is in November last year, it is recognized by IQ. BDS become globally used as a global navigation satellite system. And currently, the Civil Aviation Administration of China has made some verification activities, including the single frequency augmentation and also the dual frequency multi-constellation services. Okay, next slide. If you are interested in Beidou system, you can visit this website. And also, if you have some questions, you can email to the email address. Next slide. And also the International Application Cooperation. That means we can share with other countries about on the BDS applications. This is Saris Lake, the terrain monitoring in Tajikistan. And this case is adopted as a typical case of the Belt and Road for international cooperation. It can improve the safety of the dam. Next slide. This is accuracy, high accuracy application in precision agriculture to promote the planting, promote the harvest, and also the farming. Next slide. This is another new application for the real-time three-dimensional tube data tube integration. We can see on the slide that during the connection of the tubes, it can improve the accuracy with millimeter level accuracy. Next slide. And also it can be used for the wind speed measurement and also the typhoon observation and also the forecast. Next slide. And also it can be used for the high express railway, for example, the China-Europe Railway Express, as well as Silk Road shipping. Next slide. Okay, here shows the intelligent transformation of heavy haul trains. The first external environment and security warning system was tested using BDS and other GNSS. Next slide. Here shows the international cooperation with other GNSS. Next slide. And also on the multilateral platform, including the ICG meeting under the umbrella of United Nations. Next slide. And also the sharing development with other countries and international organizations. Next slide. We welcome the future international cooperation. Next slide. Okay, let's summarize the presentation. Next slide. We welcome the international cooperation with other countries and international corporations. That's all. Thank you.
Can you turn off the mic, please? Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. The fifth presentation on my list is on space technology development, challenges and opportunities by the representative of Chile. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to distinguished delegate and public who follow this live broadcast. I am Coronel Hernantello, and today I have the honor and pleasure of briefly present to you the development of the National Space Program, specifically in the development of the space technology and what this represents in terms of opportunities and challenges at the national level and international cooperation and collaboration. Next slide, please. The National Space Program currently being implemented is divided in 5 different subsystems. Subsystem number 1, geospatial information, dedicated to the construction of the ground infrastructure such as satellite control station, data center, and national space center. Likewise, progress in being made democratizing the information with a migration process of analog and historical geospatial information data that they have the Chilean Air Force about our country. This, together with the creation of the National Geoportal and mobile application, will allow us to Chile and his citizens get access to information and new data will be collected. Subsystem number 2, National Space Development. It contemplates the development of 7 CubeSats at the National Space Center. The challenge of the development of space technology through the design and construction of the national payload, the detail of which will be provided later. Subsystem 3, that is a national satellite system, is related to the implementation of 3 high-resolution electro-optical satellites, and of which Fasad Delta was launched the last year and is expected to start in 2026 with another 2 satellites, called Fasad Echo 1 and Echo 2, which the last satellite will be assembled and tested in Chile. Subsystem 4, Satcom Communication and Network System, is also implemented like a backup network that allows us to communicate the National Space Center, data center, and also the future satellite control station. Likewise, it allows us to have a support system for satellite communication in the event of emergency and disaster of the national level. Subsystem 5, Promotion of the Talent and Space Education, is the area that the talent promotion considers the development of the space workshop program for college and schools, and diplomas for undergraduate and graduated students that will be carried out in collaboration with the University of Federico Santa Maria. Next slide, please. Okay. The National Space Center will be in Santiago de Chile. It will have an ISO 7 clean room where it's planned to develop the assembly, integration, and testing process of a 7-cube CubeSat of 12 U's. The platform will be used allowed to get a versatile system that to its established and control power and communication capacity, being able to support the different space missions that show below. Next. It's planned to develop 10 different space missions dedicated to the multispectral and hyperspectral remote sensing, which will complement the sensor that currently is in use in Chile, allowing to develop a new activity for support such as agriculture, mining, environmental monitoring, forestry industry, amongst others. Likewise, it's contemplated to develop mission in areas of AIS, ADSB, SSA, intersatellite communication, amongst others. A relevant point, it is a development and a store and forward payload that, and the challenge to develop a national payload. Next, please. The development of the store and forward system will allow us to Chile have the first communication system of this type, advancing in the Internet of the Space Things. This will generate and motivate the development and generate new sensor at the national level, and it's also ground segment. They monitor various phenomena such as wildlife and environmental monitoring, registration of the sensor information for earthquake, development of educational program, amongst others. Likewise, given its global capacity, it will give us the opportunity to have technical tools that will provide the advance in cooperation and collaboration with other countries and organizations in this field for the benefit of the humanity and citizens. Next. Within the framework of FIDAE 2022, the National Payload Workshop was developed in collaboration with the Ministry of Science, Technology, Knowledge and Innovation. And as a result of the workshop, the Chilean Radio Material Association decided to join to the challenge of integrate and communication payload in a CubeSat number 7. Next. Regarding the challenge of developing a national payload for our country, which is currently as a good of understanding a national research center, which yearly develop and generate more research in the field of the basic science, advancing in the generation of a development of applied research, which the incorporation of models and prototypes constitute a greater challenge. To this end, we are currently preparing a whole and a second national payload workshop during this year to seek to advance the challenge to generate technology and innovation in the areas of monitoring natural resource and wildlife, agriculture, forestry, mining industry, education, communication, and Internet of the Space Things, and astronomy. We invite to the most developed country to help us and advance along this path. Next. Chile has the vision of advancing in the space matter through the construction of a culture based on technology and innovation, which allow us to advance in reducing development and technological divide, and advance in the generation of the public and social value for the Chile and its citizens through the space development, which allow us to obtain the benefit of the use of the space technology in our country. Next. Chile wants to advance in positioning itself as a relevant actor at the regional level in the space matter and generate a pool of scientific and technological development that allow us to further strengthen the ties and friendship of the brotherhood with other countries in the region, advancing in the international cooperation and collaboration. Okay, thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you for your presentation. The sixth presentation on my list is on space technologies as supporting tools for the mitigation of the disaster in Rio Grande do Sul, Brazil, by the representative of Brazil. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Adriana Tomé. I work for the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation of Brazil, and I prepared this presentation jointly with my colleagues Dr. Laércio Namikawa and Dr. Thales Corti, both from the National Institute for Space Research, INPE. And I'm going to talk about space technologies as supporting tools for the mitigation of the disaster in Rio Grande do Sul, Brazil. Next slide, please. The Rio Grande do Sul disaster consisted of floods which occurred in the Brazilian state of Rio Grande do Sul between late April and early May this year. On the 5th of May, the federal government declared a situation of public calamity. The government of Rio Grande do Sul classified the situation as the biggest climate catastrophe in the state's history. In total, 478 municipalities in Rio Grande do Sul were affected by floods, falling barriers, and landslides. Around 2.3 million people were affected by the effects of the rains. The National Confederation of Municipalities estimated that the floods caused losses of 4.6 billion reais, which is around $845 million. It is the biggest loss in the insurance sector caused by a single event in the history of Brazil. In this photograph, in this slide, you can see the capital of the state of Rio Grande do Sul, Porto Alegre, and you can notice that its streets and avenues are covered by water. Next slide, please. And here you can see more photographs of the situation on the ground, on the cities, as well as on the countryside. Next slide, please. Satellite images and geographic information systems developed at the National Institute for Space Research supported the analysis of the tragedy caused by the effects of the rains. INPE provided images of the Brazilian satellite Amazonia 1 and of the Sino-Brazilian satellites Cybers 4 and Cybers 4A. And here I want to highlight the importance of international cooperation because INPE is a member of the International Space and Major Disaster Center, and the charter was activated, of course, and because of this, INPE could provide images and data from the Brazilian satellites as well as from other space agencies, aiming to the support of the decision-making process of the Brazilian authorities. The activation of the charter for the disaster in Rio Grande do Sul acquired 1,589 images and more than 136 maps were made available. All these data are available in the International Charter website. So the set of images provided by the satellites allowed for the authorities in Brazil to check the extent of the damage in planted areas, industrial and residential areas. Next slide, please. Here you can see the activation of the charter. The charter was activated in the 3rd of April, And the activation was active for 51 days because the water level took a long time to go down. And during this time, space agencies all over the world were providing for Brazil images of their satellites with the objective of aid the Brazilian government to deal with the situation. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, many images and many maps were generated. I will show some of them for you now. And this is a map that is composed of 2 images. The image in the background was acquired by the Cybers 4A satellite, and the image on the top was, as you can see, the red spot was acquired by a Canadian satellite from the Canadian RadarSat Constellation mission. And the red spot represents the area flooded by the Taquari River, which is equivalent of an area around 100 kilometers square. Next slide, please. And here we can see more 2 images of the Brazilian satellite Amazonia 1 of the same region. The first one was taken before the floods, and the second one was taken after the floods. You can see the difference in the images in the areas surrounding the river. And these are very interesting images because Amazonia 1 has a resolution of 644 meters and with a viewing width of 800 kilometers. And this is made possible, for example, to in one image to be recorded an area of 106,000 kilometers square, which is equivalent of 57% of Rio Grande do Sul state's territory. So this one image was able to show to the Brazilian government authorities the flooded areas in the river basins that were most affected by the rains. So large-scale images such as those proved to be very important for Brazil in these kind of events because they allowed for a more orderly response than images that were based on a local perspective, for example. Next slide, please. And here you can see the same images animated, and it's easy to see on the difference and the brown areas in the images, all the areas that surround the river that were affected by the rains and the floods. Next slide, please. Well, here we can see more images. The image on the top is from the satellite Cybers 4A. And the images on the above are from the Amazonia satellites. All of them were taken in different days. And all the images that were provided to Brazil, they were very important in the assessment of the disaster because they provided a visual representation of the widespread destruction that were caused by the floods, and they allowed the authorities to assess the scale of the devastation in different regions. So by comparing satellite images taken before and after the floods, experts could identify areas that were most severely affected, allowing them to prioritize rescue and relief efforts in a more effective way. So satellite imagery also helped mapping the extent of the flooding, identifying areas at risk, high risk of further flooding, and assessing damage to critical infrastructure such as roads, bridges, and buildings. Of course, this information is invaluable to emergency response teams and local authorities in coordinating rescue and operations and allocating resources where they are needed the most. Next slide, please. In conclusion, satellite images made possible to understand the exact location of the areas affected by the floods in Rio Grande do Sul. By providing detailed visual data of affected regions, satellite imagery has enabled authorities to make informed decisions, prioritize resources effectively, and quickly respond to the needs of affected communities. This allowed the government to cross-reference this data with information from other agencies, ensuring that reconstruction aid was really targeted at the most affected families. In closing, Continued investment in satellite technology and data analytics capabilities is essential to building resilient communities and mitigating the impact of natural disasters in the future. With this, I finish my presentation. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you for your presentation. The seventh presentation on my list is on supporting voluntary carbon markets by monitoring greenhouse gas emissions from tropical peatlands by the representative of Singapore. You have the floor.
Hello, my name is Sang Ho Yoon. I am the director of the Remote Sensing Lab of the Earth Observatory of Singapore and Associate Professor of Asian School of the Environment and the School of Electrical and Electronic Engineering at Nanyang Technological University, or NTU in Singapore. Thank you for your time, and it's my honor to introduce our lab's work on carbon flux measurement. Voluntary carbon markets allow organizations and individuals to offset carbon emissions by purchasing carbon credits, which fund projects to reduce or remove greenhouse gases. However, these markets face challenges like inconsistent regulations, varying credit quality, and transparency issues, which can undermine their effectiveness in mitigating climate change. The high demand and interest are still present, but transparency needs to be improved. We aim to address this issue for tropical peatlands. Peatlands are fascinating ecosystems on Earth. They are many meters deep and huge graveyards of trees and plants accumulated over thousands of years, waterlogged. They hold a high concentration of carbon, about 4 to 20 times denser than that of forests. Approximately 25 million hectares of peatlands are located in Southeast Asia. When people convert these peatlands for development, they typically dig canals and drain the groundwater to lower the water table. When the water table drops, the peat, carbon-rich soil, gets exposed to the air and starts oxidizing. As a result, it emits large amount of CO2, a greenhouse gas, accelerating global warming. This process reduces the volume of peat and causes peatland subsidence, which we can measure very precisely using satellite radar observations. Radar technology that was originally useful for detecting enemy ships and planes has come so far as to image the details of the ground for science and applications. Particularly, we use what is called Satellite Synthetic Aperture Radar, or SAR. For those of you who are not familiar with SAR, here is how it works. A radar satellite is orbiting around the Earth, in this figure from left to up and right, transmitting microwave signals down to the Earth's surface. Then the signal hits the ground, and the reflected echo is recorded by the satellite. This process repeats typically a few thousand times every second. As we involve more and more echoes for processing, the processed image becomes sharper and sharper, like the example in the upper right inset. So, the synthetic aperture radar basically means high-resolution imaging radar. Now imagine a satellite acquired an image over a peatland. Some days later, the satellite acquired another image. If the ground has moved in between the two acquisitions, we can measure the amount of such motion. And by engaging many SAR images over a long period of time, we can track the ground motion very precisely, often centimeter per year, or sometimes even millimeter per year. This amazing technology is called interferometric SAR, or INSAR. When the radar signals travels through the Earth's atmosphere, its density variation changed the speed of the signal propagation. One of the largest variation is caused by the ionosphere. Hence, we need to correct for their influence. Otherwise, we can end up misinterpreting the ionospheric effect as the ground motion. We want to know what's happening on the ground, not what's happening in the ionosphere. Here's a good example of what happens if you do not correct for ionospheric effect. The first figure is an optical image of the central Kalimantan, Indonesia. And the middle and right figures show the maps of the vertical land height change rate before and after the ionospheric correction. As you can see, ionospheric noise can easily cause many centimeters per year of incorrect measurements, even flipping the sense of motion between uplift and subsidence. This project is being spearheaded by my PhD student, Cheryl Tay, at the Asian School of the Environment at NTU, Singapore. Cheryl is processing SAR data from ALOS-2 satellite operated by JAXA, Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency. This satellite engages radar signal whose wavelength is long enough to penetrate tropical vegetation. The observation frequency is up to once every 2 weeks, and our vertical land motion rate map has a pixel size of 100 meter by 100 meter. After careful ionospheric correction, we compared our analysis from 2 completely independent sets of ALOS-2 SAR data that were acquired from different look angles, different acquisition modes, and different resolutions. And we see a good agreement between the 2 processed datasets. Here, the red dots are a profile of vertical land motion rate over 30 kilometers derived from strip map mode data, whereas the blue dots are a profile from the ScanSAR mode data. That internal consistency is great, but satellite measurements always need to be carefully compared with ground measurements before scaling up to cover larger areas. For that purpose, we went out to the peatlands and installed ground instruments, most recently just last month. We were a diverse group with 1 Singaporean, 2 Indonesians, 2 Bruneians, 1 Burmese, 1 Filipino, 1 Spanish, 1 British, and 1 Korean American. In fact, we went out to Brunei in May last year and had installed 2 pilot GNSS stations. Very sadly, wildfires broke out in March this year and destroyed the stations. You can see that the GNSS antenna in the red box was completely cooked and became a disk of ash. So, what do? We went out to Brunei again in May and installed our stations again on the burned peatland. It was either scorching hot with a real feel of over 40 degrees Celsius with no shades, or it was pouring rain. We had to cross a chest-deep black water where crocodiles live. We were completely exhausted every day. I'm going to play a video where you can see my PhD student Cheryl in a white raincoat and my research fellow Reno wearing the blue raincoat struggling to cross the black water. But after all, we successfully installed a total of 8 GNSS stations and 6 peat cameras in Brunei and Central Kalimantan, Indonesia. We compared our INSAR analysis with peat camera data in the Central Kalimantan and found a good agreement. Here, red dots are INSAR observations, and the black curve is peat camera data. Both shows the ground subsidence due to the dry El Niño period, followed by the quick recovery due to the rainy season. And the agreement is not just with one station, but with many stations over a different land cover type. We will continue this work and develop an optimal processing chain of INSAR observations. By providing these precise measurements from the satellites, we will contribute to improving the transparency of voluntary carbon markets and help with mitigating the worst impact of climate change. Thank you so much for attention.
Thank you. The 8th presentation of my list is on biogenerative life support systems, how space technologies will benefit agriculture and sustainability on Earth, by the representative on Italy.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished delegates and representatives, I am pleased to report about bioregenerative life support systems, how space technologies will benefit agriculture and sustainability on Earth. And I am glad to share with you some activities led by Italy in this interesting topic, Space 2030 Agenda. As defined in the Global Exploration Roadmap, the Strategic Exploration Plan defined starting from 2011 by the International Space Exploration Coordination Group, space agencies are taking steps to begin the next era of exploration. In this context, the boundaries of human presence will be expanded in the solar system with the common horizon goal of human mission to explore the surface of Mars. Future space missions will bring humans to stably live and work at such distances from Earth that constant resupply will no longer represent an option. One potential solution is to design orbital and planetary bases that act as closed and self-sufficient ecosystems in order to regenerate resources such as air, water, and food, and recycle waste from human metabolism. This concept is the basis of bioregenerative life support systems, BLSS, defined as artificial ecosystems made of interconnected compartments based on organisms' waste from each compartment representing input for the other ones. These systems comprise 3 main types of compartments: biological producers, consumers, and waste degraders and recyclers. Among biological producers, plants represent the most studied and promising regenerators due to their complementary relationship with humans. They are able to regenerate air through photosynthesis and purify water through the process of leaves transpiration. In addition, after digestion process mediated by specific microorganisms, the non-edible plant parts, together with the astronauts' waste products, can again provide nutrients for plant growth. Finally, they can provide not only food tastier and more complex than algae, but also non-nutritive benefits. Indeed, higher plants play a role in psychological support against the condition of isolation. So far, various species have been tested as potential candidates for food production in BLSS in space. Both technical and dietary requirements are taken into account in the selection of candidate crops. Generally accepted requirements are short cultivation cycles, reduced plant size, good adaptability to space factors, high productivity, high content of substances with elevated nutraceutical value, and resistance to diseases. In order to design space greenhouses, it is also fundamental to keep in mind which is the target mission. With increasing duration and distance, there is also a shift in the choice of species to be cultivated. For short duration missions, fresh food produced on board can be only a complement to the astronaut's diet. In such a case, the species choice regards vegetal systems easy to cultivate, such as microgreens and salads, mainly providing vitamins, minerals, and antioxidants. For long duration missions, such as the one to Mars, it is not feasible to rely on food furnished from Earth. Therefore, other species need to be cultivated, such as potato, soy, wheat, and other stable crops, in order to provide the needed amount of carbohydrates, lipids, and proteins. Most of the studies aiming to characterize crop production under controlled conditions in the site of their use in BLSS have been conducted in soilless or hydroponic culture techniques with recirculating nutrient solution. The Italian Space Agency coordinates a variety of research projects in the BLSS area aimed at understanding the influence of space environmental factors on plant growth and leading to the identification of the best growing conditions and ideal crops for space application. The expertise of the Italian scientific and industrial community in this research area is also focused on the design of BLSS with integration of different organisms, the optimization of the in situ resources utilization approach, the development of fine remote monitoring and control of environmental parameters, and the automatization of all the process. In preparation for the human return to the moon, further aspects such as the integration of AI algorithms, as well as the push toward automation and further development of ISTRU technologies will become imperative. All these sophisticated agrotechnologies developed for space applications could have an important impact back on Earth, and a variety of synergies with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals can be identified. Just to mention a few, BLS are aimed to produce healthy and safe food with minimal impact on the environment and are an example of highly efficient farm-to-fork closed-loop system design. They are also designed to keep the space crew healthy throughout the mission. Advancement in water purification and resource regeneration process will promote a more responsible management of natural resources, in particular in highly populated and or isolated environments. Finally, to achieve the still numerous challenges in this research area, joint efforts are also needed to invest in the next generation of young, talented researchers, increasing the awareness on STEM education opportunities. To summarize, BLSS development is critical to enable human exploration missions beyond LEO. In these systems, plants represent a key biological component, having a role as regenerators and fresh food with high nutrition value. They can help counteract many of the risk categories of human spaceflight, such as distance from Earth, isolation condition, and the hostile environment. They can also help maintain the health of the astronaut exposed to space environmental conditions, namely radiations and gravity alterations. Advances in these fields could have positive impact on Earth by creating novel, highly efficient agricultural technologies and innovative concepts for sustainability. Thanks awfully for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. The 9th presentation on my list is on China's remote sensing promotes global disaster mitigation and response by the representative of China. You have the floor.
Distinguished Chair, esteemed experts and colleagues, greetings. I'm Meng Lingjie from the Earth Observation System and Data Center of CNSA. Today, I will present a technical report titled China's Earth Observation Promotes Global Disaster Mitigation and Response. First, we will discuss the capacity building in the field of Earth operation in China. The China National Space Administration is a governmental unit of the People's Republic of China, responsible for managing civil space activities and international space cooperation, executing related governmental functions. Representing the Chinese government, CNSA continuously expands bilateral and multilateral space cooperation. To date, it has signed over 170 intergovernmental space agreements with nearly 50 countries and international organizations, including more than 40 agreements in the field of Earth observation. The Earth Observation System and Data Center of CNSA, also known as USDC, as the primary entity for China's major scientific and technological projects, such as the high-resolution Earth Observation System, space infrastructure, and space science engineering, actively promotes bilateral and multilateral intergovernmental space cooperation under the guidance of CNSA. It organizes and conducts international cooperation efforts in national space, emergency response, Earth observation, and civilian remote sensing satellite data management. As of the end of 2023, China has launched over 500 Earth observation satellites of various types, with more than 400 satellites currently in orbit. This includes the Gaofen series, Fengyun, Haiyang, and Ziyuan series, as well as a large number of commercial satellites in orbit. As a critical component of China's space infrastructure, the High-Resolution Earth Observation System major project, also known as Gaofen Project, aims to establish a fully autonomous and controllable satellite system with high temporal resolution, high spatial resolution, high spectral resolution. Initiated in 2010, the Gaofen Project has been in operation for over a decade, significantly enhancing China's Earth observation satellite system capabilities. It has developed an integrated system comprising satellites, stratospheric airships, aircraft remote sensing, ground control, and application system. Since the implementation of the Gaofen project, a series of Earth observation satellites represented by the Gaofen series have been launched. These satellites include both low Earth orbit and geostationary satellites. The overall performance of the satellite system is advanced and diverse, reaching an international leading level. Ever since 1988, China has launched a total of 21 meteorological satellites across 2 generations and 4 types, represented by the Fengyun series, including Fengyun 1, 2, 3, and 4 series. Currently, there are 9 of them in orbit. As of now, China has launched a total of 10 satellites in the Haiyang series, with 7 of them in orbit. These satellites forms a comprehensive ocean observation satellite system, including the Haiyang 1 series for ocean color satellites, the Haiyang 2 series for ocean dynamic environment satellites, and the Chinese friends oceanographic satellite COPUOS. In the field of land observation satellites, China currently has 28 of them in orbit, primarily including the Ziyuan series and Huanjing series. There are plans for more land observation satellites to be launched in the future. In terms of building international sharing capabilities for remote sensing data, the Earth Observation System and Data Center of CNSA, in collaboration with leading units in Chinese aerospace industry, has jointly developed the China platform of Earth Observation System. This platform caters to various user needs, both domestically and internationally, offering 4 major versions: business, research, public, and international. The international version of the platform was launched during 2023 Wenchang International Aerospace Forum and is equipped with global data sharing capabilities. This platform will fully utilize China's high-quality Earth observation resources to provide remote sensing, satellite data, and product services to international users, and to offer multi-source remote sensing data support for international disaster reduction efforts. In international collaborative disaster reduction efforts, the Golfin series has contributed 4 satellites to the International Charter on Space and Major Disaster. Analyzing the types of disasters, China has effectively responded over 60 natural disasters, including forest fires, floods, earthquakes, hurricanes, tsunamis, volcanic eruption, landslides, and others. Geographically, these responses have covered Europe, Asia, Africa, North America, South America, and Oceania, involving more than 30 countries and regions globally. In addition to Charter, China actively participates in responding to disaster management and emergency response through UN SPIDER. China provides emergency disaster reduction satellite data globally. This data have played a crucial role in major disaster response, such as earthquakes in Turkey, supercyclonic storms in Indian Ocean, as well as floods, landslides, mudslides, and other disasters in countries including Brazil, Mozambique, Madagascar, and others. The second part will focus on earthquake, hurricane, and flood disasters as examples to illustrate China's responses to major natural disasters both domestically and internationally. First, we have a chapter on earthquake. On February 6, 2023, a series of 7.8 magnitude earthquakes struck Turkey with a focal depth of 20 kilometers, causing severe damage. Following the emergency observation request, the USDC promptly activated the civil and commercial satellite emergency response mechanism. They urgently dispatched over 10 civil and commercial satellites, including Golfin 1, 2, 3, 6, and 7, also Ziyuan 1, Seabirds 4A, Haixi 1, and Chaohu 1 for emergency image of the earthquake-affected area. At 11:13 p.m. on the same day, the first effective satellite image on the disaster area was obtained. By February 10th, a total of 67 remote sensing data images have been provided, including 34 optical images and 33 SAR images. The satellite remote sensing image data was promptly sent to emergency response management units for damage assessment. The analysis results were immediately provided to the Chinese International Rescue Team for reference in their post-earthquake emergency rescue mission in Turkey. On November 4th, 2023, a 5.9 magnitude earthquake struck Nepal with an epicenter depth of 10 kilometers, resulting in significant casualties and property damage. Upon receiving the relevant emergency response request, we activated the disaster data emergency response mechanism. As of November 11, a total of 13 pre-disaster archive images and 22 post-disaster program images covering the Jazgar region have been collected from the Jilin 1 optical satellite and the Chaohu 1 radar satellite, amounting to 52.3 gigabytes of data. This data have been shared with disaster management agencies to provide information support for disaster assessment, decision-making, and the formulation of rescue and relief strategies. In the early hours of January 15th in 2021, a 6.2 magnitude earthquake struck West Sulawesi province in Indonesia. The earthquake resulted in at least 81 deaths, with 64 sustaining severe injuries. Upon receiving the notification, we immediately tasked Chinese commercial satellites with emergency imaging missions. Radar imaging of the area was obtained within 2 hours, providing effective monitoring of the disaster area, despite adverse weather conditions. The generated SAR images have been submitted to relevant UN agencies for use in the post-earthquake relief efforts. Next, the section on hurricanes. In 2016, after Typhoon Neptarch formed on July 3rd, it quickly intensified into a super typhoon, heading straight for the southeastern coast of China. Neptarch's rapid movement and development, as well as its strong landfall intensity, posed significant threats. Upon receiving notification, we immediately activated the Golfin 4 satellite for emergency observation. The images captured reveal the rich cloud structure and distribution in the typhoon's eye region. The thick cloud wall sharply contrasted with the low cloud center area caused by descending airflow. The clear visibility of cloud formation, ranging from smaller cumulus to thicker stratocumulus clouds within the eye, provided valuable observation data for studying development mechanisms of typhoons. On August 20, 2017, Typhoon Haito formed over the Northwest Pacific Ocean. Its intensity continued to increase, being upgraded to typhoon status on August 22nd, and further intensified into a super typhoon on August 23rd, jumping 2 levels in just 1 day. Haito made landfall in Guangdong Province, China, on August 23rd, causing over 20 casualties and more than $6 billion economic loss. Using the Golfin 3 satellite star imagery, we conducted sea surface wind field inversion. Validation with ocean buoy observations shows that the Golfin 3 satellite star surface sea surface wind speed detection accuracy was 1.1 meters per second, and the wind direction accuracy was 16 degrees. This enabled high-resolution monitoring of the typhoon system, wind fields, and the precise location of the typhoon center. The third section will cover flaws. In April 2021, we also participated in the emergency response to the flood and landslide disaster in Indonesia. We provided a total of 20 scenes of high-resolution ortho fusion products, covering Adonara Island and the Gunan area, using 5 Chinese satellites including Golfin 1, Xilin 1, Hai-C 1, OVS, and OHS, with a data volume of 37 gigabytes. This marked the world's first data response for the disaster. On September 10, 2023, Hurricane Daniel made landfall along the eastern Mediterranean coast of Libya, causing severe flooding. In the Derna region, the disaster resulted in more than 10,000 fatalities and left over 10,000 people missing. Observation of the disaster area was conducted using 5 satellites: Golfin 102, Golfin 103, Golfin 104, and Golfin 3, and also Ziyuan 102E. 8 satellites imaging sessions were arranged, captured 14 effective data scenes of the affected area. These were promptly provided to the International Charter on Space and Major Disasters. Since March 2023, Central Africa has experienced persistent heavy rainfall, leading to floods and landslides that have caused significant casualties and property damage in countries such as Kenya, Rwanda, and Somalia. In response, China has activated disaster data emergency response mechanisms for these countries. By June 5th, a total of 24 civil and commercial satellites, including Golfin 2, Golfin 3, Xilin 1, and Chaohu 1, have been utilized to obtain 13 pre-disaster archive images and 84 post-disaster program images. This data have provided rapid mapping and data product services to support post-disaster relief efforts, effectively aiding disaster management in the African region. Finally, I will provide a brief overview of international cooperation and future prospects. In 2022, to enhance the BRICS satellite constellation projects, improve ground data reception and processing capabilities, and expand the international use of satellite remote sensing data in disaster reduction and sustainable development, the USDC, in partnership with the Hainan Wenchang International Aerospace City, established the Hainan Satellite Data and Application Research Center. This Hainan Center was nominated with 2 other names: the Satellite Data and Application International Cooperation Center of CNSA, and also the BRICS Remote Sensing Satellite Constellation Data and Application Center. Both units leverage the data policy advantages of the Hainan Free Trade Port to develop the Hainan Center into a center node